One.
Good afternoon, everyone, and Hao. I hope everyone is excited because it is already our third day of the International Week. Hi, my name is Amira, and I am one of the global buddies from University Malaya. Pleasure to meet all of you, and welcome everyone to the Chinese Painting Workshop. Before we move on, there is a few housekeeping rules that you need to keep in mind. Please do keep your name in the given format. If you have any questions, you are always welcome to make use of the chat box. Also, in this session, you are advised to use the side-by-side mode from the View Options button for better experience. And now, I'm glad, despite the pandemic that we're battling, we are still be able to learn one of the oldest artistic tradition in the world. Painting in the traditional style is known today in Chinese as Guohua. So in this session, participants will be introduced with several basic skills in Chinese painting for beginners and learn how to draw goldfish, lukwat, which is a typical Chinese fruit and herb, and bamboo. With that, I hope you get your brushes ready, open up your cam. Let's give a warm welcome to our special speaker today. She has conducted a few Chinese painting workshops in various cultural events, including in Pasar Seni, Central Market in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, and Asia Art Museum in University Malaya. Ms. Zhao Wanzhen from Kongzi Institute of University Malaya. Zhao Laoshi, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to the Chinese painting workshop today. I'm Zhao Wanzhen, and I'm a Chinese language lecturer from Kongzi Institute at the University of Malaya. So for information, I'm also an amateur here for Chinese painting, but it's such a great pleasure and honor for me to be here to share my knowledge and experience about Chinese painting with you here today. And first of all, I would like to introduce my three special guests today. And they are actually both undergraduates and postgraduates from University of Malaya. So we have it all here today. First of all, we have Jia Cheng. She is a very talented Chinese language student, but actually majoring in accounting from University of Malaya. And I have a master's degree student uh, for Wang Wenxing, also quite good in Chinese actually. And last but not least, I have Zi Yao here. He's also he's a PhD student in banking and financing. So we have a full house here today. Although everybody is actually not majoring in art, but somehow we share the spirit of art. And first of all, I'm going to use about 10 minutes to introduce you the necessary knowledge for you to get to know Chinese painting. Also, I know for sure you already prepare your brush, your paper, and pens everywhere, and you are really eager to try. But just be patient for 10 minutes. Let's get to know Chinese painting first. So I'm going to share my screen with you. In case you have any questions or anything you would like to discuss or share with me later, you may raise up your hand and we can do the Q&A later. Okay. Um, okay. I'm going to talk about three mainly things. One is the types of Chinese painting and the materials and tools, and also the 6 skills we usually have to know for Chinese painting. So first of all, let's talk about the types of Chinese painting, and then you're going to try it out. And we call it maniculars and the freehand, 工笔 and the 写意. So for this one, you may notice the difference of these two paintings, which is quite different. The one on the left side is right side is 写意. Gongbi is the one or meticulous, which actually describe every single details of the object we are painting. But 写意 is more like for impression, how you feel and how you recognize this object. And you just put it out and blend in your spirit and emotion inside. So somehow Gongbi may take a lot of time. In the end, you're going to harvest a masterpiece which just looks like a photo, exactly vividly the same like the actual object, but for 写意, it's more like impression, and you will have a strong
示意
personality and
功力
style inside. And more example, here I show you this Lushan Tu, a painting of the landscape, which is Lushan, quite famous in China. If you have a chance, make sure you visit that. And another one is Luo Shen Fu. It's a story about the god and the goddess traveling around nearby this river called Luohe. They are all painted by Gu Kaizhi. As you can see from the painting, all the trees, the leaves, and the details of the clothes which the goddess and the gods are wearing is very detailed. So somehow this is a typical example of meticulous, the gongbi. Okay, and afterwards we have another master in this kind of 写意 or just an impression, freehand. Although it's actually freehand, but you cannot draw with freehand. Okay, which is painted by Qi Baishi. He's very famous for the shrimp he paints. So probably this could be the most expensive shrimp you ever seen in your life, because he's such a famous one, and one of the shrimp can cost hundreds of thousands. And as you can see, although there's no water at all painted in this picture here, but you can imagine or feel the space with your imagination to see as if the shrimps they are playing around in the water and swim around. And at the same time, on the left side, you can see the cherry and some leaves, which attract the bees as well. And the other one is the Chinese orchid and the cat playing with a frog. So this master Qi Baishi, he just simply takes the daily things which he draw it into the picture somehow to express the interest and the passion for life. Okay, so this is about freehand. And in the near 20th centuries, there is another master called Zhang Daqian. He learned quite some skills from the ancient Chinese painting and then blend with the modern skills. So he drew this lotus flower. And you can see the lotus flowers, they are not like this kind of elegant, fragile lotus you saw all the time in the park. But somehow they have this kind of strong spirit, as if they survived the storm, and somehow they're standing there and like stand tall after all kinds of troubles, like many people they have been through in their life. So somehow with this kind of impression or freehand drawing, you can blend in your emotion and impression into it. Okay, so in the modern Chinese painting, this is one of my favorites. We don't just draw landscape, flower, and birds, and people, animals, beautiful ladies anymore. We're just blending something from the mythos or from the storybook. So make it a bit fun. For example, if you look at the right one, you can see this guy with a lot of mustache. He's playing the musical instrument called guqin. And then the dragon and the cow and somehow a bee and all kinds of animals are sitting there listening to him. And they are wearing some funny costumes. So this is kind of a joyful way to express their impression about life. Although the basic skills are still Chinese painting skills, a lot of blank is left there for your imagination and your understanding of the painting. So there's no fixed frame or structure for you to draw it, but make sure you left some space for your audience or your viewers to imagine what is that? Probably water or probably some story behind the painting there. Okay, and then let's talk about the materials and the tools you need for Chinese painting. In Chinese, we call it 文房四宝. This really means the 4 treasures in your study room, which is 笔、墨、纸、砚. This is a 笔, the Chinese brush. It comes in different size, and we use different hair from the animal to make the brush. For example, this one is actually white, but since you use it for a long time, so it's black. And it will absorb a different volume of water. So when you draw it, you can create different kind of stroke. This is a medium sized. We call it 大白云. Okay, and as you can see here, I have some other different size of the brushes as well, which is much bigger or much finer for different stroke. And with different brushes here, you can somehow create different stroke and different leaves. And later, I'm going to show you some painting I just did before the workshop. So you can see which kind of brush we're using. And then very straightforward, we have the ink, more. And of course, to paint, you need the paper, which is find in the description of the workshop. You need Sheng Xuan. For this paper, with the treatment of it, once one drop of the water dropped into the paper, it will spread immediately. And as a result, you can create all kinds of track of the water. So somehow, as if it just finished to create this kind of effect. And then yan. Yan is actually a big thing, but nowadays only the very skillful ones they will have it. This is an ink stone. Usually they use a stone, add on a little bit water, then they scratch the stone here to create the fresh made ink. But nowadays, since we have the modern ink coming in the bottle, so we don't have to prepare the ink every time anymore. Okay, this is just for display only. Okay, so this is about the tools. And afterwards, since you have the tools, you need skills. And this skills is written by a very famous scholar called Xie He in 5th century, which is quite a long time ago. So first of all, to draw Chinese painting, you need the spirit renaissance or vitality. So somehow you have to really observe the animal or the plants or the person you are drawing and catch their spirit and make sure you bring it to your painting. And then comes a Bohm method. So although it looks like a very simple stroke you draw on the paper, but actually you need to use quite some strength in here to control your brush, not just draw like that. Okay, later I'm going to explain more. After Bohm method, we have the correspondence of the object. This is called 映物. Actually means the shape and line of the object. It's not necessarily to be 100% the same, just like taking a photo. Make sure you catch the crucial things or the main spirit of the thing we're drawing. Then that's good enough. Okay, afterwards we have the suitability to type, 水类, means application of the color. Probably, although we are only using the ink, but we can use the ink to create different shade of this kind of gray or black. So somehow a monochrome color can also bring out different kind of impression. Okay, afterwards, number 5, we have the division and the planning. Before you draw it, probably look very easy and very fast. You can finish one piece of
not come in
before that,
10 seconds.
In mind, you already had a lot of plan and where you want to put the flower, where you want to put the leaf, this kind of thing. Okay, the last one, we have the transmission by copying, not only from life, but also the works from antiquity. This is actually we always keep learning from the old art. Although technology keep evolving, but the art seems there are always some masters we can never overtake them. So somehow always learn from the old things, we will gain something new. Okay, afterwards, the way to hold the brush. Later when I do the demonstrate, I'm going to show a bit more. So actually, the strength and the control from the brush is usually from the waist here. Okay, and you're going to probably you can hold it a bit here or a bit here. Make sure when you are using different kind of stroke, then you're going to control it differently. Okay, but make sure here is flexible. Don't do like this. Don't put your hand so stiff on the table. It's not good for you. Okay, and with a brush, you go straight forward down or backwards or like horizontally or vertically, both okay. So later, just please watch carefully, okay, when I demonstrate it. Okay, afterwards, this is about the brush, and then we're going to use the brush to create different shape, like the leaves or the flower or the tail of the goldfish. So one brush or two coming different size are good enough already. Okay, and then comes the color. Probably you notice that a lot of Chinese like their Chinese painting to be black and white. It sounds very boring, but we Chinese kind of like it because it's kind of to show your style and the skill of the painting, because you really have to control the volume of water blend in with the ink, so you can create these 5 different color. And for information, I just get to know this knowledge. Like I just use the ink yesterday, but I'm a bit lazy, so I didn't wash this one. And today it's dried. So actually, in the old time, some painters they really purposely keep the ink overnight to dry it. So then they use a very dry brush to get this super dry, not the brand, but the super dry ink to create some stroke, which is only available with this kind of super dry ink, especially in the landscape painting. So landscape painting, they are going to literally press their brush on the paper to create the effect of the different stones, in the mountain. They have some sharp stones. Okay, so this is about ink. Okay, so I think I have talked enough. I came here to draw, so it's time to draw. We're going to try it out. And we're going to start from the first one, which is called pipa. Now, pipa, this fruit doesn't exist in Malaysia. Probably it exists in your country. Or if this fruit doesn't exist, probably have seen this photo with this kind of syrup if you have a bad cough or sore throat. So it's actually a herb which going to take away the heat, we say the heat from your body, and somehow cool down your throat, which is suffering from the cough. Okay, and here I'm going to demonstrate the basic way to draw the fruit first, then comes the leaf. Okay, so let me get ready with the table here. Okay, so I got the color here. And to create the different shade of this kind of yellow, I'm going to use two different color, which is, if it's Chinese painting, that will be 218, Teng Huang. Teng Huang. Actually, it's more like a lemon yellow, the yellow of the lemon if you are using watercolor. And this one is 399, which is Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao is light orange. So later I'm going to blend in these two color to paint the fruit. And then for the leaves, if you have the light green, Sanlu, this is number 593. If you're using the same paint, then you can use this one. Or if you don't have this paint, any kind of green will do. So somehow make sure if the green is very sharp, you're blending a little bit white to make it work. So I'm going to use Sanlu. Okay. Don't be greedy, just a little bit paint is enough. And don't waste it away. So I put it on both corners because later I'm going to mix it in the middle here. Back. And the green in a different side. Okay, I'm going to clean the brush. Here I prepared 2 cups because one is actually to wash the brush, other one is a clean water to blend in the water if I need it. So first of all, I'm going to prepare this paint here. As you can see, I try to blend it in a little bit to create this perfect yellow. Okay, I think we're almost there. And for information, the Chinese painting, normally we don't blend in the color in the plate, but on the brush. So you can see on my brush, okay, the hair is gone. Here is yellow, but on the tip of it, I'm going to blend in a little bit of this orange. And what you're going to do is, you can see the belly of my brush is actually like chubby. Is there a lot of water in it? I'm going to give a test because the paper I'm using is this kind of Shengxuan. With 1 drop of water, it's going to expand very fast. So I'm going to draw fast as well. Okay, just press down your brush and twist it. Okay, there you go. You have 1 fruit. Okay. This one I want it to be more ripe, so I adding. It is not that round. You can adjust a little bit. They can come in different shape. So somehow later when you link them up with a branch, then it will look like the natural one. Okay, I think the sun comes from the left side. That's why the left side one is a bit more orange. Okay, and so literally, you just press this part of your brush to the paper and you twist it. Twist it. Make sure you are flexible here so you can twist it and do it. And if there's too much water in your brush, you like you make it somehow organize a bit, organize on the side of the plate, and then you can control the volume of the water inside. Okay, I do another one here. Round this one. Okay, it's round. Okay, now it's about plan. I don't want I don't want it to look like a pyramid. That's why I have to think which is the next one coming up. So probably on the bottom. Okay, maybe I give a half one here to make it a bit crowded on the side. Okay, I think that's enough. But if you're hungry, you can add a bit more here. Maybe we give one more. Because now it's lunchtime in Malaysia, so probably if you're hungry, you turn to draw a bit more fruits here. Okay, I do here. I give one more. Okay, so please try it out and draw the fruit first. And when you are drawing, I'm waiting because I have the mat here and I want to feel how wet the paint is. So later I'm going to give this kind of the butt of the seed and also the leaves on the top of it. But now the paper is too wet, I cannot do it. So I'm going to draw a few more here to show you different structure of this fruit. Of course, if you find it a bit difficult to twist your hand, you can also do half like this. You give half here and another half here, and then you fill it up. It will be much easier for you. Okay, because my brush is getting dry, you can see the belly of it is getting smaller. That's why I'm going to add a little bit more water in, and here is a clear water. So I'm going to use a clear water. The brush is just now used with the ink. So okay, this one maybe I give one more here, but not letting it show the full of it. Okay, so this is the way you do it. And this is a basic skill for doing the fruit pipa. And for the pipa, it's actually look like this. Either you twist it, or you do one half here, or another half here. Okay, mine is getting drier. You can press a bit onto the cloth, or if you have a tissue paper, you can somehow press a bit to absorb the more water if you lose control of the water. Okay, mine is dry enough. I'm going to use a dark ink. My unwashed small plate. Pour it in. Not too much because you're not going to need that much. It's not calligraphy class. So I'm going to use my small brush, which is here. I think this one's good. Okay, just like comb your hair, you comb the hair of the brush a bit. Then you dip a little bit in. Okay, let me feel it. Okay, I think it's good to go. Okay, the fruits, they grow in different direction. So I'm going to put the dots at a different direction as well. For example, this one heading here. And this one heading here. Okay, still a little bit dry, so I put a bit more in. Okay, this is very simple. Make sure it's dry enough. If it's not dry enough, it may make your whole fruit become black. So be patient. This one is still quite wet, so I'm going to wait a bit. And at the same time, I'm going to use a dark ink to link them up. So here I'm going to use this dark ink as well. make sure not too much water on it because the branch somehow are not so smooth like the lotus. That's why I'm going to use it quickly, just like when you are writing Chinese, if you can, or just draw the line. Okay, for example, let me think, how do I going to link them up? Okay, the main ones, okay, a bit too dry. So as you can see, my brush is a bit too dry. That's why I'm adding a little bit water, but still dark ink to do the branch. Sometimes the hair may fall from the brush. You just take it away. Okay. For this one, your hand must be very steady. And if you find it's difficult to control it, probably want to take a deep breath and don't breathe out until you finish. Okay? But don't be sophisticated. Okay, so this is the way you do it. Okay, you see here it's not dry enough. That's why it spreads around. Probably later I can use a leaf to cover it up. And I think this one is a bit, maybe the leaf come down later from here and from here. And I think it come from a big branch, so I can do a big branch here. Big branch should be a bit dry, so I take a bit more water away, and I do like this. And then now I think this is more or less done, so I add on leaves for it. Okay, this cute thing is to rest your brush. Okay, I need another one for the leaf. So I'm blending this green. And if you think this is not green enough, or it is more like turquoise, then you can actually add a little bit of this dark ink to make it a bit heavy, this color. Or of course, if you prefer a deeper green, you can also blend in some other things. Okay, I just try this one. So for the leaf, it's much easier than the fruit. You just go down like this. I think this is not heavy enough. I'm looking forward to some darker green. So I'm adding a little bit more. Probably 2 leaves from this side to break the balance. And maybe a smaller leaf. That's it. Wait for it, dry a bit, and now I focus on this side. And in Chinese painting, we never like something to be really packed full. So don't draw your fruit like this, like a pyramid, because only in the supermarket they display it like this. So usually when they grow in the outside, normally they are not so in the symmetry, or somehow not so organized. That's it looks a bit real. Okay, let me try my leaves. Is it dry enough? Not yet. I'm going to continue with this side. I think this one is a bit too pink, too whitish. So I'm going to add on a bit more green, a different bit greener. This is 头绿, a bit more like a jade color. This one is better, I think. Okay, so I give a leaf here. And probably another one. now come more details for the leaf. This one, you want to only use the tip of your brush and draw it quickly, stroke. For example, I start with this one first. Still a bit too dry, my brush. Okay, and this one. It's okay if it goes out, but if you prefer it to stay inside, you can also do it that way. Okay, and the smaller one here. I purposely make it not symmetrical, so different proportion here to make it like different shades of it is here, and as if it's being hindered by the other fruit. Okay. And now this one. You can feel it if it still gets into your hand, means it's still too wet. Okay, that's it. That's a basic skill of drawing the pipa. And probably want to have a try. And at the same time, my special guests here, they are also going to give a try. And I'm going to walk around and hopefully our cameraman can show you how they do it. And if in case you have some questions or you face some challenges, like why it doesn't work in this way. So probably you can raise up your hand and demonstrate what went wrong, or you think it's a good one you want to share with us. It's also okay. Okay. So now I'm going to check around my special guest here. Okay. And then later we try to draw a big one of it. I'm going to show you how you're going to draw a more organized one. Okay. There you go. Try it. You can try it. Okay, make only use one piece of paper, because once it's absorbed with water, it gets transparent immediately and will destroy the paper at the bottom. So make sure you only use one piece of paper at a time. Okay, boleh. Okay, this one is not mixed properly. You have to mix it properly, the ink. Kena tambah air lah. You have to add on water and make it somehow more blend in. Tak cukup. That's why we have to mix it in, mix the paint a bit more blended. Very good, very good. Probably want to give people a bit more paint. You can blend in a little bit more there. Blend in a little bit more until you reach the. It is called freehand, so I have to give more spirit in your hand. Probably want to put the other hand on the table so you're more steady. That's good. No, it's just nice. So you can try to peel off them. More strength on your hands. So although it looks like a very casual and a very leisure movement, but actually you have a lot of moves on one side. Try to pull it away. Pull it away because I really messed up. Try again. Banyak sikit. Come on. Try to draw from like top to bottom so you can bring the branch and everything together. Good. You want to link them up? Probably you can add on a few later because you don't know what it will be. Probably your branch come from here or from here. Then you want to break the balance. Then you maybe draw something here. Go for the branch. Yeah, you can use mine. From top to bottom or bottom to top also okay, but make sure you are steady on your you are know what you're going to draw. Think about it first. Yeah, you're good. Go. Maybe you draw the dots first. So the black dots. Good enough. Just one tiny little bit is good. Okay, good. Good. And this one. Okay, if the paint is not on your finger, it means it's dry enough to go with this kind of effect. Probably want to link them up. Okay, so at the same time, I'm going to show you how to draw a full picture of this pipa. So later, maybe you can make your decision how you're going to arrange your picture. If you're going to choose this one to complete your masterpiece, because we are looking forward to see your masterpiece from any of the motifs we're going to draw today, either the pipa or probably the fish or probably the bamboo. Okay, pick one you like. So I'm going to show you how you're going to arrange the picture, and then do the full thing. Okay, so this one I put it away. Okay, so I have a full size paper here. I'm going to think how I'm going to arrange my paper. So there should be a focus point, probably here, or probably if you're right-handed, you want to start from this side, will be nice. And then probably something here, or just one straight thing from the middle is also good enough. Okay, so I start from the front. Okay, I should blend in enough paint to paint the whole scene. Not like you have to blend in again, and later probably the color too different from each other. So I'm going to start from the center.
For participants, you can pick up your brush and just try, even though you don't have Chinese brush, you can also have the normal painting brush to join and try, and maybe show it to the teacher of your drawing.
As you can see here, I try to follow a line, more like an S shape, or like this symmetry line, but I don't really make it balance left and right, because we know the nature dislike balance, especially in the fruits, how they grow. So somehow I'm still thinking how I'm going to put the next one, probably on the right. And I'm thinking maybe another one here, but I have too much space here. So somehow I'm going to make it a bit longer. Then probably the branch is going to start from here. And then leaves here. And then probably a branch goes down to here. So I'm going to keep a bit more from here since it's lunchtime. Properly. So but probably you want to let it in a bit more balanced. Okay, so I'm going to use it. Sure how black is my ink. So you can see this white part. Roughly, I know how black it is. And dark ink. And then I just draw the branch. I'm going to start from the right side. Let it dry so it looks like an old branch. And then, since it's an old branch, then this one come down. And this one probably I'm going to cover it with details of this branch. Okay, now I link them up, but it's still a bit too wet for me. I don't know how is the situation there, but I'm going to use this black dot first. You can do 2 of them. But make sure you're quick enough because this paint is still wet, so it will spread a little bit. Okay, and this one here. Okay, probably there's some branch, they don't have any fruits. But I just put it here. But make sure you don't draw the branch like it will be we call it a major disaster in Chinese painting because you cannot correct this kind of cross. So somehow make sure it goes smooth and you already know what you're going to do on this paper. Okay, so I think my branch is more or less ready. Now comes the leaves. Okay, because I think usually these fruits you harvest it in the early autumn or late autumn. So the leaves are actually kind of dark blue, dark bluish green, like turquoise, but not that light. So somehow I'm going to add a bit more ink into my green. Okay, I'm going to start from here. I think there'll be a leaf here. Just press the whole brush down and drag it. And another half. Okay, then we do another one. A bit more green here. Green. Probably some smaller ones here. And of course, on the top. If there's a little bit white here, that's actually also okay. We somehow admire this kind of white. We call it fei bai, flying white. Somehow it's only created by accident, but you cannot ask for it to happen. When you paint the leaf, actually you need a lot of paint to make sure you blend in. Not too much. You will get a feeling slowly for that. Okay, good enough. And you can see the color wouldn't overlap each other because that's a typical thing about Chinese painting. A bit similarly like watercolor. Okay, them. I'm going to complete it more. So normally you're going to take a bit of time to think about it when you're drawing. Also, it's kind of happening quite fast. It still a bit wet. I'm going to wait a bit, and at the same time, you can try to create your masterpiece. And later, I'm going to add on a bit more details to make it balanced. And if you're good at writing, you can write your name here, or if you have a stamp, you can stamp it here or write something here. Then you have your probably the first Chinese painting. Okay. Wait for it to get a bit dry, but not fully dried, because I want the black one brick this green paint. Okay, I'm having the very dark ink. Make sure it's fast and you are firm on your stroke. This one is behind, so I'll just do a little bit. Okay, there you go. You have your pita. Okay, so but this is like a very traditional way of painting the fruits. So somehow, as you can see, this is like just one branch of it, and if you like it, and probably want to try a bit more, and you can keep trying for about 5 minutes, and then later we're going to try the goldfish, and you can decide which one you like it. Okay? I saw some comments. Thank you very much for your wonderful comments, and that's great inspiration and also encouragement for me. Thank you. Okay, so you have 5 minutes. Probably want to practice a bit more. If you have questions, please text in the chat box, and or you raise up your hand. Then we can talk a bit more about that. And then later we're going to continue play with the paint and do some goldfish. Good, good. You're doing good. Good. I will look around. 一下就苏格去。You have to mix the ink and the water. It's too dry. You go on the page, really move around, and you better blend it inside here or another place if you need. 怎么样？挺好的，挺好的，挺好的。嗯。第一次画画。第一次画画，不简单，不简单。And this one is a typical, like, if you're in the art class in the school, they want you to be exactly very organized. But if it's a freehand Chinese painting, you can just go out, give a bit more free spirit inside. Oops. But not with control, yeah? Ah, 你试一试，试一试。You get the spirit of the pipa. That's very good. We can show a bit. Okay, that's good. You get okay, guys. I hope you enjoying the pipa drawing just now. Now we move on to something which can really move, which is a goldfish. Goldfish is actually something classic for every beginners to learn Chinese painting. So for every kid and every adult, that's compulsory to know how to draw goldfish. It's very easy. It's simply a few strokes, then you can have the fish. And it's all about control the volume of water in your brush. So first of all, since everybody prefer colors, I'm going to use two different type of red. One is 390, which is like bright red, and another one is called Yanzhi. This is 400. And then this Yanzhi is actually a bit purplish red. I'm going to squeeze out, and you can have a look. This is Yanzhi, a bit dark red, like the maroon. And this one is bright red. Okay, after paint it, it will look like this. Now I'm going to show you how to do it. Or if you prefer, you can also just use the ink, like a black, or mix them together. Okay, so I'm going to get ready of the paint and start. So either I start from the middle as well. Okay, you can see that I already blended the red on my brush, and it's quite chubby. Means there are a lot of water inside. see how it goes. So let's start from the back of the fish first. I'm going to press down a bit and just pull it. Just pull it. And then comes the tail. One. Now this one, the color is actually quite light because I think there's one. Then I change to a smaller brush to draw a bit the details of it. Of it. This is one pusher, and of course I can do something like it's swimming towards here. Then if it's swimming towards there, then probably start to the other way around. Drag, and then comes the tail. When you draw the tail, you start from the tip of the brush and press the belly of the brush, make it close, and fill in the gap if necessary. This one looks like this. And since this one, the color looks okay to me, I try to use a big brush to a bit faster, so the water doesn't really spread too much. Probably this one, only see this side. So there are two of them. And now I try to use a black one to draw different species. Okay, I have to prepare my ink. And then at the tip of it, I give a little bit dark ink. And now I start. I will make this black one come from this side. So it will be. This is back. Probably want to keep some contents on the back of it, so you can just use water to touch it. A bit more pattern. Okay, now comes the eyes. We know the goldfish, they have really big eyes. So you just use a smaller brush with the dark ink here. Make sure it's quick because the ink will spread around on the paper very fast. Dark enough, make it a little bit more. Okay, so this is a fish. And if you think 3 of them is a bit lonely, then we give an orange one. Since we have the orange from the pipa just now. And I just use this brush and make the orange. up and make it go up like that. Okay, and the tail. So there you go, you have your fish. And if you think this one looks like the tail is going to fall, turn it on a little bit. Thanks, yeah. Okay, so this is about the fish. I show you step by step. First is about, I just draw at the top of it, so you can see how it goes. First is the stroke, look like this. You press maybe 1/3 of your brush onto the paper and drag it. And after you drag it, you create the tail. Tail is sharp at the beginning, and then slowly press the whole brush onto it, and gently drag it. And then we keep them straight, like this, and then another one at the top. You can just use one brush to do it. After you got the tail, comes the body. You can just use a smaller brush, make sure there's not too much water, and then literally draw the line. Okay, and then come the eyes and the mouth, and then side, and then you do the eyes without anything. Okay, that'll be all for the goldfish. So give it a try, and later I'm going to teach you how to add on the grass or the plants in the water. So somehow they really look like they're swimming in the water. Okay, so have a try. And it's okay. The goldfish probably is a bit difficult to control the water, but I'm pretty sure you can do it well. Okay. Because the tail, you really have to control the water properly. Consider enough water for this to touch and drag this. Please be generous on the water because this Chinese painting is all about water. Okay, and you can see it's a bit chubby here, and you get a little bit darker color. So you touch and drag. You want to press a little bit more on the paper. You see it's very sharp, right? I just touch the sharp part and then all in. It's actually touch and then drag to the side. And another way, make sure this is connected. Be generous on the water. Not water, the goldfish cannot survive. Okay. I think it's good because they are spreading the color, so somehow. Now you do the side of the body. That's too much water for the side of the body. For the side of the body, you have to make sure there's not much water in the brush. have like the dark ink here. Or it depends where the conclusion is looking. If I'm not writing in the middle is like staring at something. Right. I probably want to try some other gesture, maybe come from here, come from the other side. Usually, the first stroke decides where it goes to, and then the tail follows as if it's in the water. That's why in this kind of paper, water spread around very fast, so it really looks like that. I think actually this lens is enough. 3 centimeters or 4 centimeters is enough. Okay, check how they're doing. Because the tail is actually okay, I start from the top. Usually, drag it, and then the tail is going to be a green goldfish. And this one, you can see this one is very chubby here, right? So somehow there's a lot of water inside. You don't have to really feel in the tail, just press it and touch with the tip of the brush. Okay, let's try it again. Green goldfish, and then this one. Sorry, the eyes are too big. So when you draw the tail, you really have to make sure there's enough water in your brush, so you can drag it over like this. Too much water. This one. Okay, for this part, not much water. For the tail, enough water, because the tail is floating in the water, right? What about other position? Probably want to go like this.
Just one up.
Okay, and one point. Depends on how big your brush is. If it's big, you can draw it. The paper is small, that's a challenge. It's actually comes like this, horizontal from left to right. That's too casual. Very casual. much water. There's too much water. You see, it's out of control. Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed the little bit practice of the goldfish. Of course, the tail is a bit challenged. Too much water, too little water, they somehow all doesn't really work. But practice makes perfect. So this one is, we say you have to draw enough goldfish, probably more than you ever seen in your life. So you can really catch the spirit of how they swim around in the water. So now I'm going to demonstrate you how to draw the full picture of the fish. I'm aiming because I have a paper here. I'm thinking maybe 3 or 4 of them. And then later I'm going to give them some plants in the water so it looks like they're really swimming. For example, you can see here I have drawn earlier, which, okay, I put down some lotus here, lotus flower, and then the fish is swimming around in the water. Somehow this can bring a bit feeling of this is actually the water, but this one is really time consuming. Probably in the next workshop we can do it. And now we just focus on the fish first. Okay, I start from the red. Okay, so probably this is a curious one, come from the right side. Okay, and then comes the tail of it. You touch a little bit and you press down and drag it. And like more. They're really floating. And then I need more details on the body. One of them. And then later, fish's friend. This one goes up, I think, so I can break a bit balance of the color. That will make it go up. To go up, press down. Back of the fish. Tail. My ink here. I want to make it also black. I think that's good enough. And I put a bit dark one at the tip of it, so there's a bit change of the color later. Okay, this one probably go to that direction. One because brush. So somehow later I have to add on a little bit detail to save this. Okay, and then another orange one. Create for using a mahjong together. China. I will use the orange one. Over. So this one probably just mix with this red one. Okay, now your eyes. So I'm going to draw a little bit of plants around the fish, so as it is really important. And remember just now when you paint the leaves, you still have green. So I'm going to use this green to blend in with a little bit of the yellow. It makes this kind of light green. Next, fresh. Summertime water. Okay. So the common plants in the water is very, very simple. You just draw, like this. Make sure it goes around. Or something around them. Probably something actually, this one is already good enough. You can do a little bit more here and make sure somehow overlap each other. Or if you want to give a bit more details, you can sometimes some leaves. Use a small brush. Some leaves. I want to make this corner a bit full, so I'm sure oops. Now, of course, if you like it, you can add on a bit more of the grass, but not fill up the whole paper. Leave some space for to imagine the water. Okay, so there you go. You have the goldfish, a very simple one. And if you find it a bit troublesome to draw the leaves, the easiest way is you just use your brush, get some water from probably in your cup. The water is already quite dirty and it's already gray. But it's okay, you can use it. You can create some water drops. For example, on my brush, there's a lot of water. You just hit it, so it creates some this. And it really looks nice. Okay. It's a lazy way, but somehow it works. Okay. Please try it out. And after 5 minutes, we're going to move on to the last one, the bamboo. Okay? And you can have fun and some grass or just create some water stain in the paper. Okay? Have fun drawing the fish. Okay, just blending this green with the yellow. they're all already in line and organized. They're going to eat, or they're going to eat, not being eaten. So the trope of the fish is taking action, going on. Nice, nice. It's very colorful. It's the aquarium of Wangxing. Very nice. You can just. Good, good. Do you need more paper? Isa, do you need more paper? Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed the painting of the goldfish and also the fruits. Afterwards, we are going to move on to the last motif today, which is bamboo. And bamboo is actually one of the Chinese favorite plants to draw and also to decorate at home. Because bamboo, as you can see, they are straightforward, uptight, and that represents integrity. And also somehow they can sustain the winter and they always stay green. And somehow we wish everyone which somehow will be like the bamboo, strong and can bear through the pressure. And also always straightforward, always uptight, no, not uptight, up straight. And that's the integrity of the bamboo we're trying to represent to us. So we're going to try the bamboo here. Probably you're going to find a bit more challenge than the goldfish just now. But it's okay, have a look. Probably you're going to like this black and white thing, okay? So I'm going to demonstrate how to do the trunk first. The trunk is very easy, you just go all the way up. And then I'm going to show you how to do the leaves. And after leaves, we're going to try to create something like this. And if you think, oh, this is too much, I cannot do that much, we also only do half of it. I mean, you can only draw 2 of them like this. It's also quite a nice painting here. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do the trunk first. And if you prefer to make it green, you can also make it green. With the green, you can add on a little bit blue to make it a bit this kind of super jadish green to create bamboo. Okay, so I'm going to use this brush. as you can see, I have two different types of hair here. This one is a golden brown. The golden brown actually is a bit harder, the hair here. So somehow it's suitable for the leaves. And now I'm going to use a much softer one for the trunk, so it can absorb much more water, so I can go all the way up and create the trunk. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to prepare the I'm going to make a bit more because it really uses a lot of water. One at the top, and I'm going to draw from top to bottom. Okay, I'm going to depends on how big the bamboo is. Probably I'm going to use maybe 2/3 or half of this brush here. Okay, when you reach here, you stop. The blank a bit, and then you go again. Lie down the brush and up again. Okay, so you have the first trunk here, and I'm going to do the second one. I want to make a bit change of the ink. Later after you dry, it will be like. So don't make a cross in the painting. So I'm going to make them somehow parallel with each other, but not that parallel. Okay. Part of it. Another one. Part. I'm going to fill it up. So I'm thinking probably one last one on this side, and then this side I'm going to do more leaves. It's actually a bit trick because I'm right-handed, so it's right hand for me to easy for me to draw the leaves. If you are left-handed, probably want to leave this side blank, so it'll be easy for you to draw the leaves on this side. Okay, I'm going to do on this side. Okay, this one probably a bit slimmer. Okay, there you go, that's the trunk. And the trick is actually make sure there is enough ink in your brush. And you start from the bottom, you push up, you stop a bit, and make sure it's spread around a bit so you can see as if it's a different part of the trunk of the bamboo. And you start with the second one, the third, and then the last of it. And wait for it to dry a bit, then we give more details with the dark ink here. You can press a bit to your mat or your tablecloths here, so it will absorb a bit water, a bit more water. Okay, I'm going to use this small one here. It's like you're going to write something on top of it. Like this. Like you're drawing a briquette. Okay, that's the trunk. And on the side, I'm going to do the leaves. So for information, there are two types of way to do the leaves. Either you can start with the branches first, or you simply draw the leaves and then you link it up. But excuse me, if you just link it up, probably you have to arrange your leaves properly. But if you draw the branch first, then you know where it goes. So I'm going to show you the branch first. Okay, I'm using a smaller brush. This one. Blending a bit more ink here. Okay, when it comes to the branch, it's not so thick like the trunk. So you start first with the middle of your brush. Stop. Continue. Stop. Continue. Stop again. There you go. And I need some water. We have an idiom called 节外生枝. It's actually this kind of part always come out some fine branches. And usually if you're having something, there always some trouble coming out. And that is considered this kind of from the joint of the different part of the branch, they come out some new branches. Maybe here a bit more. And smaller one, a finer one here. So I think this is already good enough. This is accidental. Drop here. Probably can top it with leaves later. Okay, now comes the leaves. In Chinese painting, people say when you are angry, you're going to draw bamboo because bamboo needs to be really firm and draw very fast. And if you are happy, you draw orchid because orchid, you draw it slow and it's very soft, so somehow considered to be a joyful thing to do. I hope you are happy now, and we are doing some bamboo. So I organize my brush properly, and then my first leaf. Touch the paper with the tip of it, like this. Make sure if you are fast enough. Okay, this is one leaf, and probably something here too goes up. Okay, and I have one here goes up, and probably some smaller ones on the side. And this is a bigger trunk here, so I think you will create something here as well. Okay, and here too, maybe this one here. Maybe someone here, want to balance it. Okay, so I'm going to do something on this side. This one all goes up, so my leaves also going up. So my hand is reversed. So I do like this. Okay, make it a bit more faster. Create this kind of sharp detail. This one here. And this one maybe it's reversed because of the wind. Okay, and maybe here we get one more. And I want to this part to become the focus point. So I want to work with a different shade of this kind of black. Okay, so this is one branch of bamboo. It's already enough. Also, in Malaysia, the bamboo grows into very big tree and it's all covered with leaves. But somehow in Chinese painting, it's always about structure and space. So make sure, although I know you really enjoy to paint a bit more lively, but probably leave a bit space for us to imagine. And you have seen it. Now try it out. And later we're going to finish this one together. Okay, we're going to finish this one together. And we still have about 15 minutes to go. So probably after the bamboo, you want to pick one of your favorite masterpieces and show it to us. Okay, so now take your time, draw some leaves and the trunk. Yeah, for the trunk should be this one. This is soft. When you draw the trunk, it must be enough ink. This is already considered. Okay, so you can do this. Yeah, you can do. Maybe 2 is enough. Okay, go up, stop, up, stop. Yeah, your hand should lie down flat like this. Stop. Continue. Good. Continue. Not enough water now. Okay, good. That's nice. It's getting dry. Okay. Leaf. Okay, I demonstrate here. I show you the leaf. pinjam ink sekejap. Okay, start here, yeah. So you see your hand is lying like this, and you touch the paper with the tip of it. Leaf up, so we can create this kind of sharpness. Try again. You see, my hand is actually quite tight. Touch, drag. And to create this kind of sharpness, you lift up your hand and then release it. Okay, try again. Let's try. You see, I don't keep much volume in my brush, so it don't spread too much. Okay, this one. Touch the paper, press, lift it up. Lift it up. Really lift it. This is very light master stroke. Okay. Touch. Good. Lift it up so you can create this kind of very light texture of the leaf. Then you can add a bit more water to create a very, very light color. You have to be fast. You have to be really fast. Okay, try it out. Okay, so now we continue with the leaves. I'm going to complete this one with the trunk. Okay, so I just start from the center. One here. One. Probably something here. And when you paint the leaf, you have to be really fast because it may spread around too much. And to create the sharp end. You have to put up the brush quickly. Of course, you can overlap with the trunk as well because later the branch anyway going to go through here. I mix them into different directions so I know roughly later where my branch is going to. Okay, so I leave more space for me to draw the branch. Okay, I'm thinking my branch going to be actually behind this trunk. Start from here. Probably can go from here. You don't have to finish it all in once. You can draw it and then plan how you're going to make it go through. Okay, this is one of my trunk. I'm going to use a lighter color to draw another one. This one will be behind here. Okay, so that will be all for the trunk. Let me finish the leaves. Okay, so I think actually this is already enough. Of course, you can also continue adding on more leaves, and when you add on more leaves, it will become more interesting. This whole picture here, and of course, you can also add on a few more behind here with a much lighter ink, and that will be with more depth as it goes to the behind, like this one here, which is going to take a little bit more time. But in China, especially during winter, some people try to spend the winter days to make it more interesting. So every day they draw one leaf, one branch to the bamboo, and after 81 days, that is exactly how long the water will last. They draw 81 leaves of the bamboo, and the tree is there. Okay. So I think that will be all for the bamboo drawing, and we still have a few minutes. Raise up the hand and ask us. If you want to share your masterpiece with us, please do so. Okay? overdo it. You turn to overdo it when you get excited about the leaves. You touch the paper with the tip of your brush, and then you touch it with the whole belly of the brush, and then you lift it up. Try really small. Yeah, yeah, something like that. We have to draw more leaves than we ever see. Then you can somehow control it naturally. Maybe I should. Yeah. Oh, what was traditionally used to make brushes in China? At the top, this is a bamboo from the trunk of the bamboo, and the bottom here is different hair. Most commonly used is from the goat and also the sheep. If we want the brush to be softer, like this one is quite white, actually it's a blended with the goat hair and the sheep hair. Of course, sometimes they even go for some other species. There is an animal in Malay, they call it musang. Apa ya musang English? Fox. Yeah, the fox hair, because the fox hair is very, very long and very sharp. That's why they also use that one to make the brush, so somehow to give more texture and strength when you draw it. Okay. So, if there are any questions, we quickly go through all of them. Don't. It looks casually drawn, but you have to have your idea already. Okay, the basic difference between Chinese and Malaysian painting. Okay, I'm afraid I'm not an expert in Malaysian painting, and but we do have a little bit similarity, but in the batik as well. Turn to choose a motif of the plants or the flower, and for Chinese painting, the typical sign is we leave a lot of blank in the picture, and for the usual oil painting or watercolor painting, they turn to fill up the whole canvas or the paper to make sure every single corner is used to bring out the motif they're trying to draw. But in Chinese painting, we just use a blank, and also the dimension of how to look into, as if something is far, something is near. That one is not obviously expressed in Chinese painting. For this information, probably I have to check with some professors from the Busa Budaya in UM about the Malaysian painting. Okay, I hope I explained the question, and I will check that around too. Probably I display this one. Yeah, it's just short. Yeah, this one is actually inside out. Okay. Yeah. Okay, anyone? You want to show your painting or something? Please. We are showing ours here anyway. Probably want to show yours as well. Oh, okay. Why Chinese painters is painting? Okay, for this question, it's actually quite interesting. For actually in China, if you want to become a good painter, you must do calligraphy properly as well. But unfortunately, I cannot write that nice. So somehow, usually when you paint the scene, you're going to write a poem beside it. Somehow the poem represents the painting. So I always say 书画一家, calligraphy and paintings are one family. You cannot separate them. And also, one way to differentiate if this is original art piece, they are going to use to check if this calligraphy is the original one written by this person, or somehow it's a very valuable piece. Even the emperor collected. So the emperor going to write something on the edge of the paint to show recognition or appreciation of this art piece. So this become like art with art, calligraphy and painting to make these masterpieces. That's why in China, if a famous painter, they demonstrate some painting to you, they won't sign anything on the edge. But once they sign anything with their own handwriting, beautiful calligraphy, that's considered valuable. And you can sell it for a great amount of money. Okay, so I think that's my answer. Okay, why did Chinese? Okay, I think that'll be all the questions. Yeah. Okay, that's our special guest painting today. And I hope you're really enjoying the session. And if you have any question or any advice or suggestions, please do let us know. And probably in the future, we're looking forward to hold such kind of event again. And probably in one day, we can really do this face-to-face and get you all the tools ready so you can really draw it and experience how you're going to create, divide the space, and leave the imagination to your viewers or audience. Okay. That'll be all for today, right? So far, any feedback from our special guest? It was very fun. Okay, very fun.
Unmute.
谢谢您，赵老师。Thank you to Ms. Zhao Wanzhen for such fun and interesting workshop of the beautiful Chinese art painting. Hopefully all of you produce beautiful art like yourself. This wraps up the Chinese painting workshop. But wait, we have cash prizes up to 300 US dollar to be won. So make sure you to check that out, on our website. Also, hope to see you guys tomorrow for our culture workshop, the Malaysian recipes. Now, we will have a short break and we will move on to the next session, which is the ethnic heritage, the Peranakans. Please, before that, do fill in the survey where it is recorded as your attendance for the sessions. Now, participants are welcome to stay and enjoy the next session. So, see you again. Thank you so much.
Three, two, one.
Hello. I'm on. Hello, I'm on.
Okay, now if you're not comfortable, then you're going to move the chair and your face is going to be bigger, but don't do this in your back. Okay? Good.
I'm moving the slides. I can do this, but mic is
Left to move. Left click moves the slide.
oh, not right.
Left click moves the slide forward.
Hi, Arshad. Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
Doctor.
Can you discuss? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Is it loud enough?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon and good day, everyone. I hope all of you are having a wonderful day and is in a good condition because we are about to have a 2 hour long wonderful session in a bit. Now, let me first introduce myself. My name is Nurul and I am one of the ISC Global Buddies from University Malaya and I'll be your MC for today's cultural workshop. Before we start, there is a few housekeeping protocols that you need to keep in mind of. Good afternoon and good day, everyone. I hope all of you are having a wonderful day and is in a good condition because we are about to have a 2 hour long wonderful session in a bit. Now, let me first introduce myself. My name is Nurul and I am one of the ISC Global Buddies from University Malaya and I'll be your MC for today's cultural workshop. Before we start, there is a few housekeeping protocols that you need to keep in mind of. Okay, now that we are clear with that, let's first watch an introduction video to kickstart our session.
Tinggi-tinggi si matahari, Cik Baba korek keledik. Mari tengok nyonya kita menari, sungguh pun tua masih boleh gelik.
In the early 15th century, Chinese merchants started sailing across great oceans to the Malay archipelago and beyond in search of trade opportunities. These Chinese ships were filled with large quantities of tea, silks and porcelains. Eventually, some of these merchants settled in the region and intermarried with the local women. Their descendants are known as the Peranakans. The term Peranakan is used to describe a local born. The men are known as Baba and the women are known as Nyonya.
Without further ado, it is about time for us to call upon our moderator for today's talk, who is the Marketing and Recruitment Executive, Mr. Muhammad Irshad bin Zaini. Mr. Irshad, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Nurul. Hi and hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing just fine, especially amidst this pandemic of COVID-19. Don't forget to always take care of yourself. Welcome to UMI Week, where we are embracing diversity for better tomorrow. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Muhammad Irshad bin Zaini. I'm the Marketing Recruitment Executive at University Malaya. And as for today, we will be bringing to you exclusively on the exciting journey and immersing ourselves in the ethnic heritage of the Peranakan. Before we go any further, allow me to share some of the highlights of today's topic. First and foremost, living in a diversified society, we are bound to learn one or two things about one another. And Malaysia is just the perfect place where we can learn a lot of different things from all walks of life. And one of it has to be our very own unique cultures of the Peranakan, as an ethnic group that significantly symbolizes the elements of diversity in Malaysia. This fascinating weaves has interwoven among different cultures in the last 700 years ago, which incorporates Chinese, Malays, Indians, Japanese, and others, which have made Peranakan cultures to be so unique and immensely significant that we are here today to share exclusively with you the bits and pieces of the Peranakan. Having said all that, we are delighted to have our guest speaker for today. She's none other than Dr. Lee Soo Kim, who will be guiding us through the journey into the worlds of Babas and Nyonyas. Okay, now allow me to share about our speaker today. Dr. Lee Soo Kim, she's an author of the Peranakan trilogy, Manik Mischief, Sarong Secrets, Kebaya Tales, and Malaysian Flavors, a Nyonya in Texas. An interesting fact about her, she's now the 6th generation of the Nyonya from Kuala Lumpur, with maternal links to the Penang Peranakans and paternal links to Malaccan Baba and Nyonya community. Dr. Lee Soo Kim was born and raised in Kuala Lumpur, and in her primary year, she attended Bukit Bintang Girls' Schools, and she went to University Malaya afterward to pursue her degree in English Literature at the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. Okay, and she started her teaching career as an English language teacher in the rural area of Kelantan, right before returning to Kuala Lumpur to pursue her Master in Education in whilst working as the English language teacher at Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Her love and passion for writing have brought to not only her publishing her academic articles, but also fiction and non-fiction. Okay, she is an author of the much-loved trilogy of short stories on the Peranakan Babas and Nyonyas, Kebaya Tales of Matriarch, Maidens, Mistress, and Matchmakers, Sarong Secrets of Love, Loss and Longing, and Manik Mischiefs, of Patriarch, Playboys, and Paramours. And not only that, the Kebaya Tales has won first prize in the Popular Star Reader's Choice Award in 2011. Congratulations, Doctor. And as an active in the heritage and culture advocacy, Dr. Lee Soo Kim is also a founding member and the founding president of the Peranakan Baba Nyonya Association of Kuala Lumpur, and Selangor. She was actively involved in promoting the Baba Nyonya culture and heritage and in forging links with various Peranakan associations in the region. And she was also the chairperson of the organizing committee of the inaugural 26th Baba Nyonya International Convention in 2013, which was held for the first time in Kuala Lumpur. Such an amazing effort. Last but not least, she's also a public speaker and has given many talks, readings, presentation all over the world, and not to mention that she is an invited speaker for the Ubud Writers and Readers Festival, the Singapore Writers Festival. And next, you guys are just in luck because we will be sharing exclusively with you today on her speech on a Nyonya Journey, which was held at a TEDx Petaling Street in 2017. Okay, and without any further delay, please enjoy.
My mother was a Penang Nyonya, a strong, feisty woman who was also a fabulous cook. When she was in the late 60s, she had to undergo 3 operations because she had to fight a rare form of biliary cancer. In the last 6 months of her life, she called me often to her bedside. Kim Lai, Jie Peng, come and sit here beside me, bring your notebook. She called me to her bedside not to complain of her pain or suffering. She called me because she wanted to pass on her recipes. All her favorite recipes, all the family favorites, her divine asam laksa, her otak-otak, her koi pai tea recipe. I could sense her urgency, her desire to pass on something which was precious to her. Although she knew she was dying, what was precious to her need not have to die with her. All our human lives have to come to an end someday, but our cultural heritage, especially our intangible cultural heritage, must live on. I am a 6th-generation Nyonya. I come from a rather unusual and unique community called the Babas and Nyonyas, also known by these interchangeable terms. The Babas is the word for the males, and Nyonya is the word for the females. Although we have been around for hundreds of years, not much is known about us. It all started more than 700 years ago, way back in the 14th century, when Chinese traders came from China, traveled down south towards ports in Southeast Asia. Relying on the monsoon winds, they sojourned in port cities like Malacca, Penang, and Singapore, as well as other parts of Southeast Asia, Phuket, Batavia, and Java. Unaccompanied by the women folk, many of them intermarried with the local women. It was from these cross-cultural encounters, these interesting cross-cultural liaisons, that slowly, gradually, a community called the Babas and Nyonyas emerged, along with a very fascinating fusion syncretic culture, with a mix from Chinese, Malay, Javanese, Batak, Balinese, Indian, Thai, Burmese, and even elements from European cultures. The Portuguese conquered Malacca, followed by the Dutch, and then the British. Here's a photograph from a family album of a Baba wedding. And you can see the interesting mix of all the various cultures in this photograph. The house and the architecture of the house is very Chinese. Words on the lanterns are Chinese, and you can see even the curtains are tied in a very symmetrical fashion. The father of the bride is dressed in a Chinese jacket, and the bridegroom looks very dapper in his Western outfit. But look at the local women. Not quite Chinese, not quite Malay, a lot of campo, right? And they dress in the traditional costume of the region, in baju panjang and in sarongs. Even the bride is in a sarong. And you can tell which is a bride, right? Her whole chest is laden with jewelry. And the posture of the women is very interesting, seated in a very formidable position, with feet planted firmly in the ground. And the matriarch, not the patriarch, the matriarch is seated in the center of the photograph, looking very in command. A favorite photograph of mine is this from my family album. The little boy there is my father. Grandpa looks quite Malay, again, not quite Chinese, with his favorite pocket watch in his Chinese jacket. And Grandma is the one who looks very relaxed, with her arm on the armchair, her feet almost coming out of her slippers. Notice the Nyonyas do not have bound feet. And the background in the photograph attests to the love for all things English, very European, probably a grand English country house. So, they call us OCBC. Orang Cina bukan Cina. Chinese, but not quite Chinese. Actually, we're actually very proud of our Chinese identity. We give ourselves Chinese names. We practice Chinese rites and rituals. We carry out ancestor worship. And we celebrate Chinese religions and festivals most religiously and avidly.
Amazing, amazing. Such a unique culture, Doctor. Now, watching the video already got me excited. Now, let us wait no more and let's delve deeper into today's topic. Now that you guys have seen how invested Dr. Lee Soo Kim with the Peranakan culture, I'm sure you guys will be more than happy to see her talking with you in person. It is now with our great pleasure to invite our guest speaker for today. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Lee Soo Kim to continue our session on the Peranakan and Babas and Nyonyas. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Irshad. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, Doctor.
Right. So I am Lee Soo Kim. Thank you, University Malaya International Student Center, for inviting me to speak about the Babas and Nyonyas. As you can see from the first slide here, they came here to start a new life. They ended up starting a whole new culture. And I would like to invite all of you to join me now and enter into the world of the Peranakan Babas and Nyonyas. I'd like to move the slide, but I can't seem to get it going. Irshad, how does, hold on. Okay, so sorry about that. So as stated in my TEDx talk just now, it started more than 700 years ago, the origins of the Babas and Nyonyas. They were mainly Chinese traders, and they came over to the Nusantara area, to the Malay archipelago for trading. And as you know, Malayan Peninsula was very strategically located between East and West, between China and India. And the Nusantara area was famed for its wonderful spices such as pepper, cardamom, cinnamon, cloves, star anise, and there was a lot of trading. The Chinese traders came down to this part of the world to trade and then eventually went home, back to their homeland. But because they used the seas and because they sailed down, hugging the coast of China down towards Southeast Asia, they had to rely on the monsoon winds. So riding the monsoon winds coming with the northeast monsoon, they settled in many parts of Southeast Asia. Not just the Malay Peninsula, but as I said just now, also in many parts of Southeast Asia, for example, in Sumatra, in Java, and as far west as Burma. They sailed up the Straits of Malacca, and many of them settled in a very important port at that time, and that was the port of Malacca. And they usually had to wait for the monsoon winds to change. From northeast monsoons, they had to wait for the winds to change to the southwest monsoons. So usually they sojourn for about 6 months in these ports. And what you do when you're sojourning there, many of them intermarried with the local women. So these women, these women were Malays as well as women from Sumatra, from Bali, from Java. And so there was a lot of wonderful interactions and intermingling of the cultures. And it got even more fascinating because, as you know, Malacca was conquered by various colonial powers, by the Portuguese, by the Dutch, and by the English. So they were very open-minded. They took whatever they could. They were very resourceful. And with all these wonderful cultural influences, they mixed it all up and came up with a very interesting and unique culture. Can you move the slide? Okay, I'm good. Right. So they are called the Peranakan, and Peranakan comes from the word anak, which means local born. Peranakan is actually a generic word, right? It's a generic word, and under the word Peranakan, you have many, many different kinds of Peranakan communities. Over in Kelantan and Terengganu, you have the Peranakans there, and in fact, in Terengganu, they don't call themselves Baba Nyonya. They call themselves Cheng Mua Lang, people who wear the sarong. So they are about one of the oldest communities in the Malay Peninsula. And also in Indonesia, you also have Peranakan communities. In Indonesia, in Java, they call themselves Peranakan Tionghoa. If you go to Thailand, if you go to Phuket, you'll also find a very thriving Peranakan community there, and they call themselves the Babas. They don't call themselves Nyonyas, they just say Babas because they can't pronounce the NY word. And sometimes they refer to the women as Yayas. An interesting fact of history was that under British rule, they formed the Straits Settlements, comprising of the Penang, Malacca, and Singapore. And the people, the Peranakan communities who lived in these three port cities, called themselves the Babas and Nyonyas. So lots of interchangeable names: Straits Chinese, Straits-born Chinese, Babas and Nyonyas. Very interestingly, you have a word for the men, Baba. It seems is an honorific from India, equivalent to a Tuan, a Sir, or Tauke. And for the women, they call themselves Nyonya. So you do not call a woman Baba, and you do not call a man Nyonya, right? Specifically Nyonya for the women. And again, interesting, cross-cultural influences. Is believed that the word Nyonya comes from Java. Some scholars believe that it is a Portuguese word, dona, for young lady. This is a photograph from my own family albums, just like the one that was shared in TEDx. My grandpa is the one seated here, the third gentleman here, with his 4 brothers, and these are the wives and the sisters-in-laws. And you can see the house is very interesting, very symmetrical, and a wonderful mixes again, Chinese, Malay, and here in this case, the men are dressed in Western costumes, right? Western garments. They do not wear the sarongs in public. The men, the Babas, only wore the sarongs at night or at home when they were lounging. The women wore sarong kabayas, and the bridal couple, the wedding couple here, wear Chinese bridal wear. So interesting faith. They were very proud of their Chinese identity. They kept very closely, they upheld all the societal norms of Chinese society. They were very faithful in the maintenance of the cultural values of the Chinese. But at the same time, they were very open-minded. There wasn't such things as, no, you can't do this, this is not Chinese, this is not Malay. No, they embraced everything. They took the best of everything and mixed it all up together. Javanese, Balinese, Indian, and with the various layers of colonial rule, they were also open. They had Portuguese influences as well, and then Dutch influences as well as English influences. And because many of the Babas were very rich, and made it in terms of business, they were also able to have the money to spend on their material culture. So it was a unique culture, not just bits and pieces, not a potpourri, but a genuine synthesis. Something which not only incorporates, but also transcends the component parts out of which it springs. So it's when you look at the culture, when you look at the various aspects of the culture, you can't say, oh, it's Chinese, oh, it's Malay, oh, it's British. No, it sort of took bits and influences from the various cultures, and it evolved in such a way that it became another very unusual culture, a very unique culture. Okay, before I go into the material culture, the tangible culture, I like to stress that very often today, because Nyonya, so many aspects of the culture have become so famous because of the Nyonya aspects, the cooking, the sarong kebaya. Often the babas have been left out, but we mustn't forget the babas, really. It was because of their wealth and their interest that a wonderful, very flamboyant material culture evolved. They were advantaged in the sense that they were in the Malay Peninsula, in Singapore, Penang, and Malacca, in the Straits Settlements for a long time. And during the British rule, the culture and the community really reached its zenith, right, in the late 19th century and the early 20th century, right up till after World War II. Sadly, with World War II, many of the very rich Baba families lost tremendous fortunes, and the culture then went into decline. But lately, over the past 3 decades, there has been a great resurgence of interest in the culture. So these Babas were there. They could speak the lingua franca of the region. They were entrepreneurs, businessmen, captains of industry, and they also gave back to society. They established schools, built hospitals, infrastructure, and many of them were very great philanthropists. So if you've come into contact with the culture, you'll know that there are many aspects that are very beautiful. For example, the Nyonya Kebaya. They wore sarongs, and sarongs are so splendid that it requires a whole entire talk about it. But if you go to the Dina Hadi Museum in Solo, Surakarta in Java, you can go to this wonderful collection of sarongs, and there's one section just Pekalongan sarongs, which the Nyonyas like to wear, and it's just mind-blowing, the batik sarongs there. The jewelry, the manek, the beading items, the sulam, embroidery, the gold, the silver, the furniture, the amazing houses, the Straits Chinese houses, the architecture. And in fact, the 2 places that have gotten a UNESCO heritage site is in Penang and Malacca, in the enclaves where the Baba houses were. And here's a montage of a montage of wonderful parts of the material culture. And I didn't mention this, but this is also very important. Another aspect of the material culture was the incredible, very colorful Nyonya ware. They call it Straits Chinese crockery, or Straits Chinese porcelain, or Nyonya ware. And this little teapot here and this little chupu, which is like a ginger jar, were passed on to me by my grandmother, fortunately. So very, very grand and very colorful, because they were so rich. Well, not all of them were rich. There were also poor Baba families, but some of the rich Baba families did not want to just use the local crockery. They actually commissioned factories in China to produce special crockery for them and to send them all over, all the way from China to the port cities, Malacca, and eventually Penang and Singapore. Very colorful, with lots of flowers, and the very outstanding motif there would be the phoenix and the peony. The phoenix and the peony, they like that a lot, as well as symbolic items on the fringes of the items. And in the past, nothing was, people thought of, well, collectors thought it was kind of colorful and gaudy, but today they're worth a lot of money, right? So here's a Baba Nyonya bed during it's a wedding bed. These are wonderful manik items, and this is a kabaya panel, and this is the inner courtyard of the house. Next slide. So not only is it very famous and very respected for its beautiful material culture, the intangible culture is also very interesting. The language of the Babas and Nyonyas, the literature, because as time went on, many of them were given education, and I think in the 18th, 19th century, some were even sent, because of the wealth, they were sent to England to study, and there was lots of schools established in Malaya with English medium, and many of them became very literary and liked to compose, and there's actually some volumes written entirely in Baba Malay. They love music and song. Whenever you go to Peranakan, event, even till today. There's always singing, there's always dancing. The joie de vie, the love of enjoyment of music was always there. And usually they also like music like the keroncong, which I think would be definitely Javanese influence, as well as they love the oldies from the West. Dance, they love dancing. Once the party starts, you'll see them charging towards the floor. Even though they haven't, the MC may not have opened the floor for dancing, they will be out there dancing once they hear the music. They love the jogue, which is, jogue, by the way, is a Portuguese influence, it's a Portuguese dance. And they love the ronggeng, and they also learned the old social dances, for example, the cha-cha, the tango, the rumba, and so on. So they like to have fun. They also like the pantun, Malay influence. So as you can see, lots of influences, right, from different cultures. They like the pantun, the 4-line stanza, where the first 2 lines, you refer to something, perhaps to nature or something, and then the last 2 lines is where you have the punchline, right? And also Dondang Sayang, a very wonderful pastime where you have a repartee, 2 persons singing, you know, like a verbal sparring. It's in form of a song. So the person will sing a pantun, and then the next person who answers him can answer him back with another pantun composed on the spot. And sadly, this particular Dondang Sayang is kind of dying. As well as arts and crafts. Don't forget, in the past, while the Babas were encouraged to reach very high levels of education, the Nyonyas were not encouraged to be too highly educated, kind of patriarchal society. And I remember my grandmother was a very intelligent woman, my paternal grandmother. And she always told me when I went to university, you know, you're so lucky, you know, Kim, you're so lucky you can go to university. I never had that chance. When I was young, I only reached standard 3, and after standard 3, they pulled me out of school and told me to just stay at home and learn how to do the arts and, well, take up sewing, take up embroidery, and so on. So because of that, many of the old Nyonyas in the past were very good in arts and crafts, beautiful embroidery, beautiful manik shoes, beautiful items. And the last part of the intangible culture would be the wonderful rituals, celebrations, and festivals. They were still very faithful to the Chinese celebrations. So mainly the Babas and Nyonyas observed the Chinese festivals, for example, Chinese New Year, Qingming, Tangchik, and a few other Chinese festivals as well. Okay. So this is just a montage of Babas and Nyonyas having fun, enjoying themselves. And these photos were taken from the Baba Nyonya Convention in 2008 in Malacca. Nowadays, since 1984, different cultural associations, Straits Chinese associations, get together once a year, and they have a great time having seminars, parties, and generally enjoying themselves and getting to know each other. Okay. Now I'll talk about the language. Like all small minority communities in the world, the languages of small communities tend to be threatened, especially in the light of very strong, dominant international languages like English. And in the case of Malaysia, schools adopted Malay as the Malay medium. So usually emphasis was placed on English, Malay, and also nowadays, many Baba families send their children during primary school to Mandarin schools as well. But in the past, as society evolved, the Babas and Nyonyas in Malacca and Singapore spoke Baba Malay, right? Baba Malay is actually a kind of patois, because when the first Chinese traders arrived, they had to speak the language that was being spoken, right, in the bazaars, in the market. So they used Bazaar Malay. But because they were not, they didn't have all the words. So they had if they wanted to refer to some concepts in which they were familiar with in China, they didn't have those Malay words. So they started putting in Hokkien words or Chinese words into the patois. And eventually, this interesting language called Baba Malay, or the Baba language, evolved. It's now become a Creole. Many Hokkien words, and also with all the layers of a colonial rule, Portuguese words were also used, adopted, as well as Dutch, Tamil, and English. One example would be Almera, which is a Portuguese word, which means almari in Malay. Okay, next slide. Some examples of words of Chinese origin in Baba Malay. And you can see it's Hokkien, right? So they say, instead of saying saya, they say gua nak pergi pasar. Lu pergi, lu for you, definitely Hokkien influence, right? Because in Hokkien you say gua lu. And because the Chinese had this honorifics for various relationships in the family, like grandfather, grandmother, they had specific names. For example, akung in Hokkien, grandfather, you say ngkong, because the local wise couldn't say akung, so it became ngkong. Tua Chi in Hokkien for big sister, tachi, panggil tachi in Baba Malay. Pek, apek becomes mpek, acik becomes encik, right? And more examples here, Tia, which is Hokkien for the front hall, Chim Che. Lao Ting in Hokkien becomes Lo Ting. Pergi Lo Ting Akim, ambil sarong gua. Pang King, Ting, Chat, Kachwa, and so on. Right. And the some of the Chinese, well, the Chinese, the Babas, I suppose way back then, maybe 700 years ago, 600, 500 years ago, I'm sure they enjoyed the food that their women cooked, but I'm sure sometimes they started yearning or missing certain ingredients that they were used to back in China. And because they didn't have the local words for these ingredients, they use words like kiam chai, yeah? Masak kiam chai, masak soup kiam chai, kuih chang, and so on. And there are books on recording these Baba words, Mas Sepuluh, Baba Malay Dictionary by William Gui Tian Hock. And just last year, Professor Ding Chu Ming compiled a wonderful book with 2,700, more than 2,700 pantuns, all from 1915 to 1950, the height of the Baba Nyonya culture. He compiled all this, collected all these pantuns, and imagine that, 2,700 pantuns in this book called Bibliography Pantun. I now move on to the next slide. So many people seem to think that, oh, all Babas and Nyonyas speak Baba Malay. Not true, because the Peranakans, the Babas and Nyonyas up in Penang, do not speak Baba Malay. They speak another language called Penang Hokkien. So probably because they had the Babas and Nyonyas in Penang were more influenced by, well, Peranakans from Sumatra, from Thailand, and there were many more Hokkien words. Hokkien was a very, very dominant language in Penang. So lots of Hokkien words. And it's quite interesting because I'm a Nyonya from KL. Mother's side is from Penang. Father's side is from Malacca. So when I go to Penang, I speak Penang Hokkien. When I go to Malacca, I speak Baba Malay. And if you put two old people from Penang and Malacca, they can't understand each other because the person from Malacca can't speak Penang Hokkien and the person from Penang can't speak Baba Malay. And again, lots of sharing, lots of adaptation and adoption. They have the words in Malay, in Penang Hokkien. Gua sabun jauh gitu loh, cuci teh gua sabun. Sabun is actually a Malay word. Lu abai kawin kawin is a Malay word. Ki lau ting choi gua sarong jauh gitu loh, lau ting, right? Lau ting. Manja, you cinca manja, Malay word. Hamin sulu ane botak, Malay word. Go be tahan lu lah, tahan Malay word. So again, happily borrowing, adapting to the circumstances. And here are some Hokkien words. Kakilang. Kakilang means our people. And if you've seen Crazy Rich Asians, Michelle Yeoh in her role as a very formidable matcha tells of Henry Golding's girlfriend, you are not our kakilang, which means you are not our people. And how did this come about? Because one of the writers of a Crazy Rich Asians is actually Adele Lim, who comes from Malaysia. Wonderful. Chak Pui, which is eat rice. Chang Ek, Paise, which is now used in Manglish, I saw Paise lah. And I love this one, ambong bong, so dark. And thank you is kamsia lua. Okay. Some Hokkien idioms, good to look at, not good to eat. Ho kwa bo ho chia, ho mia, good life, kam guan, keki got jinja keki, exasperated. So as you can see, two different languages. Again, these languages are in danger of disappearing because not many of the young ones do not use these languages anymore. And like many minority community languages, they are in danger of. I move on now to another wonderful aspect of the Peranakan culture. People have asked me, what do you think? Do you think we'll still survive like 100 years from now? Who can tell, right? Culture evolves. Culture is always in a state of flux. You cannot fossilize it. It moves on, it evolves. But hopefully, if anything should not disappear, it would be the Nyonya cuisine, because it's a wonderful, again, it shows a wonderful integration and mixing of different ingredients, different techniques. And if you've tried Nyonya food, you will agree with me that you can't say it's Chinese, because it's not quite Chinese. It's not quite Malay. It's not Indian. It's not English. So lots of a mixture, because the Nyonyas, the local women who married these babas, use the local ingredients, right? So of course they use the serai, the lemongrass in the garden. They dug up the root, chukok or turmeric, kunyit, and why not make use of the wonderful flower in the garden or in the backyard, the bunga kantan, the torch ginger. Why not put in some leaves, lima purut, right, or daun kadok? And so with time, with all this mixture, there was a lot of, that evolved a wonderful cuisine called Nyonya cuisine, fusion food. And nowadays, when you go to supermarkets, you see Nyonya being used as an adjective. Nyonya fish, Nyonya sauce, Nyonya curry powder. Some famous dishes, otak otak, I'm sure you know otak otak is Thai influence, a wonderful steamed fish in a kind of spicy mousse. And I think it's influenced by Thai influences. Top hats, I think, is a European influences. Acha awa, Nyonya chicken curry, and so on. I won't speak too much, otherwise I'll get hungry and you'll get hungry too. Okay. So people have asked me, what's the difference between Malacca and Penang cuisine, Nyonya food, right? So we all have our own repertoire. I suppose one of the differences would be the Penang cuisine is more influenced by Thai influences and Vietnamese influences, more use of ulam, of kerabus, leaves, and flowers, which the Thai Malaccan cuisine does not show that much of that kind of influence. But whatever it is, it's just absolutely delicious. The Nyonyas were not just good in dishes, they were also very good in making kueh, and they're very famous today for their various kuehs. Okay, now we move on. We move on to another very, very colorful aspect of the Baba Nyonya culture, and that is the traditional costume of the Nyonyas. In the past, maybe in the 18th century and before that, the bibiks, and a senior Nyonya is called a bibik. They used to wear baju panjang, which you would have seen in the slide of my grandmother in the TEDx talk, right? Long blouses and the sarong. But through the years, as I say, culture evolves all the time, and the kabaya started getting shorter and shorter until it became a very short little blouse, very traditional, long sleeves, very modest, long sleeves, everything's covered in sarong kabaya. But despite being so modest, it's still very alluring. The kabaya is made of very diaphanous material, for example, voile, and they always match with sarongs. Of course, if you want to be modern, you can wear a kabaya with jeans or with a skirt or denim or whatever. Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Yeah. In the past, it wasn't the kabayas that were the star. They weren't the prima donnas. The prima donna of the sarong kabaya was actually the sarongs, because the sarongs were absolutely beautiful. The Nyonyas liked colorful sarongs, so they didn't like the brown and black sarongs. They wanted colorful sarongs. They had no qualms at all about having animal motifs or human motifs on the sarongs, and usually they imported them from Pekalongan, Cirebon, and Lasin. So the sarongs were the stars, and the kebaya was usually just a very simple blouse. But as with everything with the nyonyas, they must have detail, they must have beauty and elegance. So they like to send the blouses to be trimmed, to have trimmings done. Usually, well, not usually, always along the edges, the neckline, as well as the sleeves. So you can see here, lovely kebayas and sarongs, and these are all vintage sarongs and kebayas. And in the past, the nyonyas wore their hair in a sango. They don't walk around with long hair. It's usually tied up in a sango. Okay, this is a picture of a vintage sarong kebayas. And this was taken at the book launch of Kebaya Tales. In the past, there were no mass production of kebayas. Nowadays, you can just go and buy a kebaya for 150 ringgit because they're mass produced, usually in factories in Indonesia with thousands and thousands of workers. In the past, the nyonya would get her little precious piece of royal, casa rubia, and go to a kebaya maker. The nyonyas did not make the kebayas. They would go and look for the seamstresses, kebaya maker specialists, and they'll tell them, I want the motif of Spanish dancers. You could actually tell them what kind of a motif you want. Or I want roses, or I want flowers, as they usually like flowers and butterflies. So you could actually customize your kebayas. Today you can still do so, but again, as with a lot of things, it's under threat. People who are able to make this kebayas, who are able to sew using the Singer machine, is wonderful embroidery on the kebayas, are also getting very old and getting very limited in number. So we hope that all these aspects of the culture will not die out, that maybe this knowledge should be passed on. There should be academies of people learning these things, because it has a lot of potential to soar, right? You could make wonderful or tablecloths, linens, all kinds of wonderful things that you could do, or bags or purses and so on. Generally, kebayas can be categorized into three types. The simple ones, which is just a voile and Swiss voile, and with trimmings, are called kebaya biku, as you can see here. These are all from my collection. And these two kebayas are my mother's. But unfortunately for me, she was so tiny, so slim. Her nickname was Kecil. Kecil means, comes from the Malay word kecil, which means she's so small, and she's a kecil. So unfortunately for me, I can't get into any of her kebayas and have to make my own. And this is my kebaya, a red one, the very first one that I owned. And I asked for a pattern of these flowers with a black center. So this is a kebaya sulam. Kebaya biku are the simpler ones, and the ones with the embroidery are called sulam. And this is called cut work, where they actually cut holes in the cloth, and then using the Singer machine, they had to sew some kind of very intricate net design, and it's called kerawang. And there's one more kebaya, most likely influenced by the Dutch women living in Indonesia, because Indonesia was under Dutch colonial rule. And as you know, the Dutch and the Europeans loved lace, and they began wearing lace kebayas. And you call these kebayas kebaya renda. So you can see this beautiful white kebaya with lovely lace. So again, it's very hard to find these this Swiss wool, this rubia, and it's also very hard to find people who are able to make this wonderful kebayas. And I move on. Now, how do you wear the kebaya? You don't zip it, you don't have buckles. It's worn using a kerosang. A kerosang is a set of 3 brooches joined by a gold chain. I remember asking my grandmother, what's the point of having this gold chain? Why not just have 3 brooches? And she said, don't you know, if your brooch drops off, it will still be dangling and holding on to the other 2. And that sort of made sense, right? Because it follows the mountaineering principle. When you're climbing up a steep slope and one mountaineer trips and falls, he doesn't really fall off the mountain because he's tied up in the rope to the others. So I thought it was a very ingenious way. So the kerosang. And the nyonyas loved ornateness, like to look very elegant and colorful. So they never wore like black shoes or brown shoes with their sarong kabai. They like to wear open-toed shoes, and they like to wear manik shoes. So again, another very beautiful craft, embroidery, beading embroidery. And there have been PhDs done just on Nyonya needlework. In fact, many, if you're interested in research, there's so many aspects of the culture that you could go into research. There has been a PhD done just on black and white photographs, School of Oriental Studies in the University of London. There have been PhDs done just on the language, and there have been, as I mentioned just now, a PhD done just on Nyonya needlework and its relationship to the Baba Nyonya identity. So they like to wear colorful manik shoes, and these are all from my collection, all these pictures here. I haven't sourced anything from the internet. And they didn't tie up the sarong with some kind of leather belt borrowed from the husband. They had silver belts or gold belts with silver buckles, again, ornate craftsmanship. And they like to wear jewelry. Wearing a sarong kabai without jewelry somehow didn't seem right. They like to show off and flaunt their jewelry. Moving on. If you're interested, if you come to this part of the world and interested in looking at items of this wonderful material culture, there is a wonderful museum called the Baba Nyonya Heritage Museum in Malacca. It's located at Heron Street, which is now called Jalan Tun Tan Cheng Lok, and it's a real-life family home. It's not some kind of building that was repurposed to be a museum. It's actually the home of the Chan family. And the eldest son decided, since it's a family home and no one really lives in it except to come back to perform rituals, why not convert it into a museum? So I would highly recommend you that beautiful museum. Over in Penang, there's also a museum, also privately run, owned by a gentleman who has amassed a wonderful collection of Baba Nyonya items, including gorgeous jewelry, and it's called the Penang Peranakan Mansion. And in Singapore, of course, you have the beautiful Peranakan Museum. Wonderful, wonderful display of very resplendent crockery sets and needlework and so on. Ironically, there's no public museum in Malaysia. They're both private museums. Moving on. How much time have I got? Okay, so very quickly now, this is me. I think 10 years old, seated there. Can we go back? Oh, yes. So this is, well, family photographs from the family album. And this is my father, looking very dapper in a suit. And that's my mom, my mother. That's me there with my sister. This is my ama check, black and white amas who used to work for us and was very much loved and was part of the family. And this is my auntie and her husband. So I grew up in a Baba Nyonya family. I smelled all the smells and all the flavors of the wonderful food that my mother cooked. And because I lived with grandma and grandpa and grandma lived with us as well, there were always people dropping in, and there's all this chatter and noise and gossiping and wonderful stories being heard. And I love to listen to the stories. Of course, back then there was no such thing as Facebook or WhatsApp, right? You're just supposed to sit there and be seen and not heard. You can't say anything, you just keep quiet and you just listen to the stories. So in every family, there's always someone who's interested in the history, the custodian. And I suppose I was the one very interested in the stories, kept listening to all these lovely stories that grandma or mother used to tell. Mother was a fantastic storyteller. In fact, how she came into existence herself is interesting because she's the eldest in the family, but actually before her, there was another daughter who was always very sickly when she was born as a baby. So in the end, my grandmother, crying and weeping, went to see a medium, and the medium says, you know, if you want to live or you want your baby to live, you've got to give away your first child, your firstborn child, give it to your sister. So she was given away, and when my mother was born, my mother became the first child in the family. And because grandmother was very superstitious, she gave my mother the name of Atu, which means pig, to ward off the evil spirits, because grandma was so frightened that the evil spirits would come and attack this other child and gave her the name, a horrible nickname. But eventually, assured that this child wasn't going to die, wasn't going to get attacked by evil spirits, she retained her original name, which is Kui Hun, which means beautiful cloud. And this is my mom at a young age wearing a cheongsam. So the Nyonyas had no qualms about identity, very, very confident about their multiple identities. They could wear sarong kebaya, they could wear a Western garb, they could wear an English ball gown, they could wear the cheongsam. And here's a very interesting ritual called the Soja, Chinese New Year. The young have to pay homage to the old, and that's my little brother there. And you can see mother in a sarong kebaya and auntie in a sarong. So for a while, as I grew up, I was kind of confused. Why am I browner than everybody else? The Chinese girls in my school were always so fair. And this is me here and my sister. Why is it that father couldn't speak Chinese? Why is it when I speak Cantonese, people laugh at me and so on? I was kind of confused. Like, am I Chinese? Am I Malay? What am I? There was this confusion. But eventually, with all the years of maturation, I become confident. And now with this resurgence of interest, resurgence of pride in the Baba Nyonya identity, I'm confident and very comfortable in my own skin. And here's me wearing the kebaya rinda, my grandmother's kebaya. This was taken about, I think, 14 years ago, not so young now. And this is me just 2 years ago, taken by a professional photographer, Kenny Lowe, for his book, compiling people born in Kuala Lumpur, called Born in Kuala Lumpur. Okay. So with all the stories, I decided to write a book called Kebaya Tales of Matriarchs, Maidens, Mistresses, and Matchmakers. Because of my love for the culture, you can write about the culture, and there's so many coffee table books about the culture, but how do you get across this wonderful, the life, the sounds, the cadences of the community? And I thought that one good way would be through stories. So I started writing stories about the Kebaya Tales, and surprisingly, there was a very good reception of the stories, and the book was sold out very quickly. So the first print run was sold out within 6 months, and so on. And it also has become a national bestseller. And after that, there was a request for more stories, please, more stories. And I wrote the other two more. Of course, if I call the first book Kebaya Tales, the second one has to be Sarong Secrets. The third one took some time trying to figure out what to call it. And I came up with Manic Mischiefs. And so that's how we have a trilogy of stories. Many people have asked me how to find these books. So I hope you don't mind. I have to share the places where you can find these books. Is the physical books you can order from Book Depository or Amazon.com or GoGuru. And they're also available in ebooks as well, Amazon, Kobo, Apple iBooks. And in Malaysia, you can get them online from MPH Online and Books Kinokuniya. And with that, I thank you for your time. I thank you so much for listening in to me. I hope you've enjoyed it. You can find me on Facebook, Lisa Kim Author. And I also have my books on my website, lisakim.com. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Lee. Kamsialu, Doctor. Hope I used it correctly. Your presentation on the food and whatnot really caught my attention. I believe the others as well. As you can see, people are getting hungry and whatnot over the divine food of the Peranakan culture. Okay, now, yes, it was indeed a fruitful sharing by Dr. Lee Sook Kim, and we're so lucky to have you with us today. And I believe all of us did learn a lot of new things, and that's for sure. And now we have come to the second part of this session, in which we'll be proceed to the Q&A session. So for those who like to ask questions in regards of today's topic, you're more than welcome to do so by clicking the reaction button down below, so that I can call up your name and you can post your questions to our guest speaker. And please introduce your name and let doctors know where you come from. And in the interest of time, to those questions that are not being able to be answered today, you can always engage with us through our official email. Okay, probably I can start off with the first question first here, Doctor. I think it is a fundamental question to be answered today. I think, why do you think there's such resurgence in the interest of the culture, especially the Peranakan itself?
Okay, good question. I guess with development, with modernization, with the sameness of everything, there's a McDonald's every minute kind of thing. There's Disneyfication of the world. With globalization, a lot of things become very same. And as human beings, we just like things that are a bit more unique, a bit more interesting. So there's this interest over the past 3 decades in minority cultures, in diversity, in looking towards our own cultural backyard to look for interesting things. And I suppose the Baba Nyonya culture is quite fascinating because it shows a great openness and resourcefulness in adapting various cultures and coming up with a new culture. Another reason could be also the use of mass media. I think some of you would be familiar with this drama series called The Little Nyonya, which was produced in 2008, and somehow it has gone global, it's gone global. And I think lately, just last year, China itself came up with a remake of The Little Nyonya. And this is just specifically for the China audience, not even for the rest of the world. It's all in Mandarin for the Chinese audience in China. And I was told that there's a tremendous interest in the Baba Nyonya culture, just that they can't come over to this part of the world to look it up because of the pandemic. So yeah, I think an interest because of globalization, sameness in so many things, there is a yearning for things that are interesting, that are unique. And that's why I think the resurgence of interest in the Baba Nyonya culture.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Now I open to the floor if you guys have any questions. If not, I can just, continue with whatever question that I have at the moment. You guys can click the reaction button down below so that I know that, and if you guys would like to, ask questions. No? If not, you can post your, don't be, you can also post a question here at the chat, at the chat section, so I could read it out to the doctor.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Doctor, why don't I have another question that I would like to ask. From your perspective, what do you think the adaptability and the acceptance of the younger generation of the Babas and Nyonyas towards their own cultures? How are they adapting towards this? Yes.
The younger generation?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. I think I could put it into 3 categories of the younger generation. One would be the first category would be those who are interested, those who are very aware. Usually it takes time. When I was young too, when I was 20 years old, I wasn't interested in myself, and I wasn't very interested, these are old things. I wasn't interested till I reached my 30s, and then I started getting very interested in my cultural identity and in the things that my culture and heritage can offer me. So I think one category would be those who are very interested, and they're very interested. They try to learn how to cook the dishes. They go for events. They're some of them wear the sarong kebaya for functions and so on. The other category of the young people will be not interested. So what? I want to be a global citizen. I'm not interested in this culture thing. Totally not interested. And some just very indifferent, right? And there's another category of the millennials who don't even know their babas and nyonyas. I've come across people who did not realize it. In fact, when I gave a talk once, one young girl, I think 18 years old, came up to me and said, Dr. Lee, I was reading a book, Kabaya Tales, and I was so shocked. I read about this grandmother and the words that she uses and the clothes she wears, and I realized, hey, our granny was like that too, When she realized, she started sort of doing some fact finding and talked to her father and her aunties and found out that her grandmother was a nyonya. So there's this category of people who don't even know that they have an ancestry that could be linked to Baba Nyonya heritage.
Okay, awesome. Now, I think we have a question from
Benedicta.
Benedicta. Would you like to pose your question, Benedicta?
Okay. Thank you so much to presenting how beautiful Peranakan culture first. It makes me remember to my home and also meet my grandma, since I am also the Peranakan from Indonesia. But I want to ask you, why Nyonyas wear colorful kebaya and sarong like in green, pinks, blue, and so on and so on? And then also why they use the motif, I mean the, how to say, like the picture in a kebaya and sarong, like a flower or maybe the peacock, and maybe the laugh about that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Benedicta. The first question was, why do Nyonas like to wear colorful sarong kebayas? Is that it? Well, I guess they just love the beauty, I suppose, and maybe having been exposed to so many various cultures and cultural influences, they just like color. I don't know. They seem to like a lot of color and flamboyance in the material culture, in the belongings. Even the crockery is very very colorful. So I suppose if you like color, then you don't really want to opt for black or brown, dull-looking sarong kebayas, right? So they like color in everything, in their costume, in their porcelain ware, as well as in the decorations in the houses. And the other question was, what was it? Oh yeah, why they use motifs? I think they like motifs of flowers, phoenixes, peonies, roses, carnations, whatever. But some of them also opted for motifs such as maybe a lady in a dress. I think I've seen a beautiful one of ladies in kimonos in the late Datin Endon's book on the kebaya. Beautiful kebaya featuring women in kimonos. I've also seen one. In fact, I own a kebaya which has got a Spanish dancers. I asked my kebaya maker, can I have a kebaya featuring Spanish dancers, Spanish women in the beautiful Spanish clothes dancing the flamenco, and he also put in the bullfighter and the bull as well. So it's very much a personal thing, but yes, certainly they like color and they like a lot of interesting motifs on their kebayas. And okay, maybe just coming back to colors, they were also very particular about colors. When there's a death in the family, then they do not wear this colorful sarong kebayas. You can't, right? You have to show respect. So the babas and nyonyas had used color to indicate what position or what was happening. So when someone has died, they would wear black first, and after that they would shift to blue. So it could be a blue sarong kebayas for an entire year, and after that shift to green. And even the jewelry had to be changed if you came from a rich family. No more gold and intan. You use croissants that were made of pearls and no gold, silver instead. So you had croissants that were made of silver with pearls embedded inside. Pearls symbolize tears. So fascinating symbolism in the culture. Hope that answers your question, Benedicta. Thank you for that.
Awesome. Thank you, Doctor. Probably we can answer the question from Zachary. I think this is in line with the question of the kebaya and whatnot. How expensive can a tailor-made kebaya be?
Good question. How expensive can it be? I think it's going to get more and more expensive. Of course, you can get the cheap ones, the mass-produced ones, 100 ringgit, 300 ringgit. But if you want one that is bespoke, that means customized to you, you decide what the motif you want. It could be from a very skilled kebaya maker. It could be around 2,800 ringgit, right? And if you want a lot of patterns and kerawang right up to your chest, the more kerawang, the more cut out, well, it could even come up to 6,000 ringgit. So if you have beautiful kebayas, don't just throw them out. Grandmother, if you look in a cupboard and you can find some old kebayas, if your grandmother has kebayas, don't throw them out. Look at them, try and see whether you can wear them, or they become family heirlooms, right? So they become collector's items as well. And for those of you who are interested in the kebaya, you can read up about it in the late Datin Endon's book on the kebaya. Another very wonderful scholar, a friend of mine, Peter Lee, has also written a beautiful coffee table book called Sarong Kebaya, published by the Asian Civilizations Museum. So like I said, lots of wonderful coffee table books on the wealth and beauty of the culture. Any more questions?
Awesome. Yes, I think we have another question from Haida. Would you like to introduce yourself, Haida, and pose your questions? Yes, please.
I'm Haidar. I'm from Indonesia. I just wanna ask a question. this is a little bit of a risky question, but I'm really curious about it. Nyonya Lee, do you ever experience racial injustice, and how do you face it? Just in Malaysia, because I already know what happened in Indonesia, and I don't have any idea of what happened in Malaysia. You know, between Peranakan and maybe like
Thank you.
the Malaysian people, the real Malaysian people, because I remember you touched it a little bit about you question yourself whether am I Malay, am I like Chinese, or you know, something like that. We don't need to
Right.
get a little bit too deep about it. I'm just curious
Thank
about
you. That's a very good question. Yeah, I've been reading about the Indonesian Chinese, and it's quite a very sad story in the sense that well, there are Peranakan Chinese, but during the New Order movement, there was a lot of persecution of the Chinese, right? But fortunately, I can see over the past years, the Peranakan Tionghoa and the Chinese have emerged now as a and recognized by society. I'm very impressed by Jokowi, who encourages multiculturalism, and you see wonderful celebrations there. I was there 2 years ago for Baba Nyonya Festival in Tangerang. So I've seen the beautiful embrace of various cultures and the emphasis on diversity in Indonesia. In Malaysia, we sort of went through a cycle where, as I said just now, during British rule, they were very proud of their Baba Nyonya identity. And interestingly, many of the Babas Nyonyas became very anglicized, and they even call themselves the King's Chinese. And they sort of like looked down on the latter movements of Chinese traders who came to Malaya in the 18th century and 19th century to work on the tin mines. So they had names like they are called Sing Kek, China Gek, that kind of thing. But over the years, with various historical circumstances, after World War II, the British left, as you know, and national independence was gained. And with national independence, there was an emphasis on just a Malaysian identity. And we only had to fill in the boxes. Whenever we had to fill in forms, there was this 4 boxes: Malay, Chinese, Indian, and others. So now that put us in a kind of dilemma. Now, what do we do? Do we fill in Malay, or do we fill in Chinese, or do we fill in others? Malay, Chinese, and Indian, because we are an amalgamation in a way. We are very proudly Chinese, very proud of our Chinese identity, but it has to be fine-tuned, right? So we can't put ourselves in others, so we call ourselves Chinese. So in that sense, there wasn't any particular racial feelings towards this ethnic group, because we sort of got merged into the general umbrella of Chinese. So it's still like this today: Chinese, Malay, Indians. It isn't fine-tuned to filter out all the various diverse cultures. But I'm not one of those who fuss about such things. I believe that we should just be called Malaysians, just Malaysians, right?
Yes, we are all Malaysians, Doctor. And I would love to accept all the questions, but then in the interest of time, I'm really sorry. And you guys can always engage with us through our official email. And I think with that final questions asked, we have now concluded our session for today. Thank you to Dr. Lee Soo Kim for
Somebody
such
wants
wonderful...
to see my attire. Hold on.
Oh.
Somebody has asked to see.
Okay, you would like to show your attire, sure. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. Okay, let us put our hand together for Dr. Lee Soo Kim for her great contribution to the Peranakan communities, and for being here with us today to share her wits and wisdom. And also thank you to everyone for being here today. You guys are the best. We hope to see you guys again in another sessions. Okay, and with that, stay safe, stay healthy. See you guys again. Goodbye.
Thank you. Stay safe, everyone. Bye-bye.
Back to you, Nurul.
Bye.
Thank you for such a lovely talk, Dr. Lee. And of course, thank you to Mr. Irshad. That has been a very informative and interesting sharing regarding the Peranakan Baba and Nyonya. Now, while the information learned from the talk are still up there fresh in everyone's head, let's now proceed to the next slot of the session, the trivia game. For this slot, all of you will be given about 20 seconds to figure out the answer. It will be very simple, so don't worry, okay? All right, but before that, I think it will be very boring if I'm just sitting here alone. So let me invite my partner for this slot. For your information, our friend is a friend from the Faculty of Language and Linguistics.
Hi everyone, so Marina, and I'm also one of the ISP Global Buddies in Himalaya. So without further ado, shall we start our session?
Sure thing.
Okay, so we have 8 questions to ask you guys, and remember all the talk just now. So let's start with the okay.
Who's mic? All right, sorry for the technical issue. Shall we proceed to our trivia game once again? All right. First question. Sorry for the technical issue again, everyone. All right, question number 1. The Baba Nyonya community evolved from the cross-cultural interactions between first option A, Chinese traders and Malay females from royal families. B, Chinese males from royal families and Malay female locals. C, Chinese traders and the local women. Shall we see the last option, D? Chinese and Malay traders. So now you guys have 20 seconds to start answering. All right, you guys have to choose from the poll, okay? You already put up the poll, so choose wisely. All right, the time is up. So I can see that everyone has answered C, Chinese traders and the local women. So, shall we see the answer now? And the answer is... The answer is C. So everyone got it right. Chinese traders and the local women. Okay, next question. Question number 2. It is generally believed that the history of the Baba Nyonyas dates as far back as first option 700 years ago, next B 1000 years ago, C 400 years ago, and finally D 300 years ago. Now you guys have 20 seconds again to answer the question. 100 years ago, or 1000 years ago, or 400 years ago, or maybe it is D 300 years ago. What do you guys think? 1. All right. The time is up. So shall we see the answers? And sorry. Okay. I can see from here that 70% of you answered A, and B, 16% of you answered C. 1000 years ago. That is quite long, isn't it? So, okay, but never mind that. For C, 12% of you answered C, and the least one, D, 300 years ago. but we shall see the right answer now. And the answer is... And the answer is A, 700 years ago. All right, next question.
My testing.
Next question. What does the word Baba mean? A, Tuan, which means sir.
My
B,
testing 1, 2, 3.
Tuan, which means captain. Or C, Toan, which means dad. Or finally, we have D, Toan, which means sir. So which one is the right answer? 20 seconds starts now. One which means
My testing.
sounds good though. Which one is the right answer, everyone? Good luck.
Hey guys, I'm back. All right, so I can see that most of you guys answered C, which is Tuan. So and the answer is A. Oh, only few are correct. Okay, so we move to the next question. Okay, so question number 4. Where do scholars think the word Nyonya come from? A. Have Malaysia. B. Have Europe. We have Brunei. And D. We have Java. So, what you guys think? Where it come from? So, 30 seconds from now, sorry.
20 seconds start now.
Come from Europe?
Europe is quite impossible, don't you think?
Yeah. So, oh. Okay. All right. So, most of you guys answered D, and the answer is.
We shall see the answer now. Answer is... Oh, D.
Oh, D. That's good. Okay. So we proceed with question number 5. All right.
Question number 5.
Okay. Which of the following is part of the material culture of the Baba and Nyonya? A. We have Nyonya wear porcelain. And then B. We have Nyonya kebaya. C. We have kasut manik,
which is beaded shoes.
And D. We have all of these. So what you guys think? So 20 seconds from now. Nyonya wear sounds like Tupperware. So
Nyonya wear.
That's weird.
The brand Tupperware.
Okay. Okay.
All right. 5 more seconds, everyone.
Bing. All right. So most of you guys answer D, all of these. So shall we see the answer?
The right answer.
The answer is yes, that's good. All of these. Okay. Next question.
Question number 6.
All right. So which of the following below is a Peranakan dish? Okay, I like this. About food.
Yeah.
Okay, so A, we have... what we have here? Okay, nasi lemak. Oh, I'm starving right now.
My favorite.
Okay, so
food.
B, char kway teow. C, otak-otak.
Finally D.
And D, chicken rice or nasi ayam. So, answer it now.
Come on, guys. 5 more seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, and your time is up. So I can see from here that most of you have answered C, which is otak-otak. But we shall see if it's the right answer. So the right answer for this question is C, otak-otak. Most of you did it right. Okay, so before I proceed to the next question, I shall inform you guys that my partner, Marina, um, had to go because she has something to do. So it's me and you now. All right, question number 7. Baba Malay has many Hokkien words and it also loan words from, first option A, Hakka, Mandarin, Malay, and Tamil. B, Cantonese, Japanese, English, and Malay. And C, Portuguese, Dutch, Tamil, and English. Lastly, we have D, French, English, Portuguese, and Dutch. So which one is the right answer? 90 seconds start now. So which one is the right answer, everyone? I hope everyone can still remember what has been delivered earlier. So your time is up. Okay, so most of you have answered A, I can see. So 64%. That's quite a lot. Like most of you. Okay. So we should see the answer now. The right answer for the question is C. Portuguese, Dutch, Tamil, and English. Good job, those of you who have answered it correctly. So the last question for today, question number 8. Question number 8. Question number 8. What are the Baba Malay words for I and you? First option A, saya or kamu. Saya and kamu, sorry. B, we have gue, lu. C, we have gua, lu. And lastly, we have D, gua, lu. So which one is the right answer? You can see from here that saya and kamu is the weird one. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Starts now. Okay, sorry. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We shall see the poll results now. So all of you, no, sorry, 55% of you have answered C, gua, lu. I personally think that that is the right answer as well. So we shall see the right answer. What is the right answer? The answer is C. I was correct. Okay, that wraps up our trivia game for now. So I gotta say that was fun despite the technical issues. So did many of you manage to do well? I'm pretty sure everyone did really well. So let's first give ourselves a round of applause for doing such a great job. Well done, Namaste. Okay, it is now time for the next lot of today's session, which I think you guys will really like it. Why? Because it's involving food. F-O-O, the food. Now, I'm not really an expert in this, so I shall invite my 2 other teammates for this slide. Raina and Mira, take it away.
Hi guys, I'm back again. So thank you Nurul and also Marina despite the technical problems that we're having. So hi, my name is Amira. I'm one of the ISC Global Buddies and I hope you guys are stay healthy and safe in your respective homes. And I'll be your host for today's sessions, but I won't be alone. I will have some friends, maybe more than one. And maybe you seen her yesterday from the dance workshop. So let's give a warm welcome to Raina. Hi Raina. Oh my god, you look so pretty
Thank
in
you. Let me give
Nyonya
this a
Kebaya.
whirl.
Wow. So you looking this beautiful makes me feel like I want to give a pantun.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay,
Go
let
ahead.
me try. Okay. Anak-anak bermain di tengah bendang. Lari-lari jatuh terluka. Kebaya Nyonya cantik dipandang. Apatah lagi dipakai Raina.
Oh my god.
Right guys? She's so pretty. And then so what for participants who did not get that, it is pantun is a form of Malay poem. And for context for what I just said is Kebaya Nyonya is very beautiful. And it even more beautiful when Raina wears it. Right guys?
Thank you so much, Amira. I feel very thankful to you, and you look beautiful too, Amira.
Thanks.
And talking about dance workshop, if you remember, since I was the MC yesterday, did you guys remember the beautiful girl that was dancing? That was dancing with our instructor yesterday, Mr. Ahmed. So believe it or not, this is the same beautiful girl. The elegant, I would say, a very elegant dance work, moves, and all.
Thanks.
But okay. How about we stop talking about us right now and talk about the most beautiful thing in the room right now, which is all the food we got in front of you. I think the participants are salivating to see all this food around us. Yeah, but I think there are some similar. Probably there are some are not for me familiar. Which I think this one is I'm not familiar with it. What is that? Is that a stick or something?
This Raina, this is otak. Otak direct translation is brain.
Brain.
Yep, brain. But don't worry, it's not and it's not made from anyone's brain.
Oh God, thank God.
It is actually made from fish pieces and spices wrapped in coconut leaves and is steamed or char grilled. Yep. So this is actually a very common appetizer. And talking about appetizer and evening snacks, this beside the otak, this is called pai tea. This pai tea is its other name is called top hat because you can see from the side the shape is a bit look like a top, like a hat, right? And it's very perfect for evening tea. Inside is the crust is actually pastry. It's filled with thinly sliced vegetables and topped with seafoods. And usually it's used prawn. On this one is used they use crabs as the toppings. Yep. It looks so good. I feel like I want to eat this right now.
Won't you give it a try?
Okay.
Okay, so
let's.
I think this small of a size is one more for a one bite size. Okay, I think the participants are very jealous to see us eating all of this food.
It's so good.
God, so good.
Yep. Right now.
Yes.
I see my favorite dish here.
Okay, your favorite dish is my favorite dish too. So here we have the Nyonya Laksa. Okay, so here we have the Nyonya Laksa. So what I'm pretty sure right now you guys know the meaning of Nyonya, right? But do you guys know what the meaning of Laksa? So Laksa is actually spice noodle broth. Okay, so if you can see here, we have the beautiful dish. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Yes. Okay. So the interesting fact about this dish is that since we have two states of origin for Peranakan, okay, we have the Penang and we have Malacca. Okay, so they have two different taste buds, may I say.
So in the Malacca one, the Nyonya Laksa in Malacca is more of a coconut cream base. So it's more creamier. And for the Penang Laksa, the Penang Nyonya Laksa, it's more sourish. And personally, I really love the Malacca one since I'm from Malacca. And it's really a kind of heartwarming dish.
Okay, Raina,
Yeah.
you can keep talking. I want to taste this laksa.
Yes, please, please. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'm really sorry to the participants because you can't be able to get.
I
the
can't.
pictures.
I cannot. But Raina, I think
Yes.
before we finish all of this food by
Can't
ourselves.
Can't we finish all this?
No,
food?
Raina, no.
Why
We have
not?
invited our friend, our
Oh,
special friend, to be the neutral judge to give his honest opinion about our own Peranakan foods. So let's invite our friend,
Kellen.
Kellen. Hey.
How are you, everyone?
I'm fine. You look good, Kellen.
Thank
Wow.
you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Very fancy.
Yeah, both of you look very pretty today.
Thank you.
So I think one interesting fact I can say about Helen is that since we are Malaysian, Helen is from Malaysian, of course, but Malaysia has multi-diverse culture, right? So I think that Helen himself it redefines the word multicultural. Can you explain that? Why I say that, Helen?
All right, so let me just introduce myself. My name is Kellen Kalex, and I'm one of the IC global bodies. But as you can see and as you noticed, I'm a foreigner. I'm not local. I'm not Malaysian. And as Raina mentioned, by multicultural, I'm myself a multicultural. And it comes to the question when people ask me, where are you from? Which is really, to be honest, is the most difficult question for me to answer because I'm born and raised in England, the United Kingdom. But my father is Sudanese. And surprisingly, my mother is Japanese.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
Japan.
Japanese guys.
I know, right? I can't even believe it myself.
Exactly.
That's true. Okay, this is not made up, right?
Yeah. So I grew up in a house where there is a lot of food, a lot of multicultural. So yeah.
So Kellen, let us
Yeah.
know which one are you most interested in.
I'm already smelling something really nice and like it's
Yeah.
getting me really hungry. Is
Yes.
it chicken?
Yeah, we got chicken dishes here.
Really?
Yep. So here we got chicken pongte. Chicken pongte is the most famous chicken dish for Peranakan. And it is made from fermented soybeans and also gula melaka. So it's between salty and sweet, you can say, and it's really delicious. And we also have this chicken. This is called chicken lobak. This chicken lobak, it's chicken and veggies, and it's fried, and it's so good. I think you should give it a try, Kellen.
Yes,
Why don't
please,
you give it a
Kellen.
try?
Anything fried is
Mhm.
great.
You
for
can
me.
you can dig in, Kellen.
Yes,
You
please
just
take a
dig
bite
in.
too. So I think that besides the lobak, the chicken lobak is like sweet chili sauce. I think.
Yeah, it is. You can dip it in chili, chili,
Yep.
and then just
So eating it, you usually dip it in the chili sauce.
yep.
Ah.
This is a side.
And you have to take the whole bite like Helen did.
How does it taste? Okay, you can chew while we explain about the food. So this is most of this chicken pongte we locals call as lauk, where we usually eat it with rice for lunch and dinner, but also for supper because we Malaysian we do eat rice 24/7. And that's what our job is, right, Kellen?
Yeah.
We
I
do
couldn't
eat.
agree
We do.
more.
I noticed
couldn't
that.
agree more. Food,
We do
Malaysian.
Yeah.
we cannot be separated from the food here, right? So what's next? What do
So-
we have here?
So I'm smelling something different.
Different.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
different
I
smell.
know that smell. That smell. Here, it's here. Okay, so I remember just like remembering all this nostalgic smell of like this dish being cooked being cooked in the kitchen by the aunties. We call them aunties because these are usually the women gather in the kitchen to like cook together, so we call them aunties. So these are like these basically they are using the mortar and pestle just to grind up all that chili, that shallots, and then blend them all together, and then like just like rendered it with oil. So it becomes this beautiful dish, if you can see. Yes, this is.
What do we call that?
Oh, sorry, I forgot the name. So this is called sambal petai udang.
Ooh, sambal petai
Sambal
udang. Can you guys you people imagine how does it smell like?
Yeah, but I tried sambal. I know sambal, but this looks kind of different and it smells different too.
Oh, probably, perhaps it's because this is like normal sambal, but it has a bit of a twist to it. So it has petai in it. So petai, well, I'm not really sure what it is called in English, but I did some, googling a bit, and it's called stink bean. Okay.
Stinky bean.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know, everyone. The flavor, the sound of it doesn't sound good. The smell, like Kellen says, smell a bit weird. But trust me, on the taste is amazing. Okay, so like seriously, it's amazing. How about you give it a try? Can you trust me and give this dish a try?
Really?
We're just gonna
Please,
stuff you with
Karen.
food,
Yes,
Karen,
please,
today.
Karen. Yes.
Alright.
We're just gonna stuff you with food today.
All right, you know what? I will trust you right now and I will just give it a try.
Okay, I'll just like put it in. Oh.
No, that's so big.
Okay, just a small bite for those who are
Yes,
brave enough
just
to
small
try it.
bite.
I prepare this
Water.
water bottle for you.
How does it? How does it taste?
Mm.
Is it
Okay,
bitter?
no.
It is spicy. It still have the sambal spiciness
yeah.
to it, and it have a kick.
Oh.
I think it's the batai itself, the batai kick.
Oh yeah.
But surprisingly, it's not that bad. It doesn't taste that bad.
Yay!
The smell and the name, on the other hand, might like make people afraid to try it or taste it. But it's not. It doesn't taste that bad.
Well, thank goodness because we still have like 100 people watching, and we don't want a bad review. So
Yeah.
thank you for that honest review.
Okay, I want you to guess what is this?
Can you
it
guys
looks-
guess it? Yeah. What is it?
It looks like omelette. Is
Yeah,
omelette?
it is omelette, but this omelette is very special
Really?
because it has chinchalo in it.
Chinchalo. What
Yep.
is that?
Chinchalo is fermented shrimp.
Ah.
It's small shrimp. We call it udang geragau in
Uh-huh.
Malay, and it's made with salt and also rice, and it's packed in a bottle. It's fermented. It's a
Okay.
condiment, Malay condiment for
Uh-huh.
food.
Okay.
And in the old beliefs, like if on a wedding day, if it keeps raining the whole day, yep, it says that either the groom or the bride loves to eat chinchalo.
On the wedding day,
yeah,
it's just
quite a
but
weird.
it's just in the old belief.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just one of the old
That's
beliefs that
right.
Malaysia has. So don't worry, if you eat chinchalo, it won't rain on your special
Yeah,
day.
It will not ruin your wedding.
Yep.
Exactly.
Then
Because it's been raining in Kuala Lumpur a few
Sure.
days.
Yeah.
I cannot stop myself. I just want to eat it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it
sure,
looks
sure,
it
sure.
looks very delicious.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, she's dancing right now. That's what the food is making to her. The food.
Right, guys, you want to try? You should try.
Yes,
This
please.
is so good. Oh my god. I wish you guys can try all of this
Yes,
food.
of course.
And right now,
Yeah.
while we're eating, you got so many desserts on your table. I'm so jealous.
Look at this beautiful table over here. I've been waiting for this table for a long time. So if you guys notice that I haven't been, eating that much, it's because I'm just,
Preparing
preparing my
herself.
stomach for this table over here. Okay? If you can see, all this table has like varieties of beautiful, beautiful, vibrant desserts. And I think, one thing is that the weather in Malaysia, I would say, is humid. Okay, so it's sometimes hot, and it's certain days it's really hot, and the weather doesn't really change that much in the olden days. So even the people in the olden days have to find a way to cool themselves. Okay, they have to find a way to cool themselves off, and the Peranakan way on how to cool themselves is by making this cold sweet dessert. This is called Sagu Gula Melaka.
It looks
Sagu
good.
Gula Melaka.
So this sweet they eat it when the weather is hot.
Yes, yes, yes. Because the creaminess of the coconut, and of course it is like in the chilled temperature, so it'll just like cool your sweat away.
So it's served as a cold dessert.
Yes, yes. And may I say, why can you have a taste on it? And then I'll discuss more with the patient while you try this dish.
Come on,
Mm.
Kelly. Yeah.
Oh, it smells very sweet and nice, and it
Yes,
have
yes.
like some small candy. What is that?
Small candy.
Yeah.
Okay, this small candy. Okay, okay. Now you guys can see it. So this is actually inside of a kind of not known tree. Okay, do you guys know palm tree? So palm tree, this is made from the stem inside the palm tree. Yeah. So it's gelatinized, and then it becomes all these beautiful pearls. It's mixed with santan, which we call the coconut milk, and then it's mixed with the golden liquid of gula melaka. Okay. So it's a really, really nice dish to try during the hot weather, especially. yeah, give it a go, Amira. I know you love desserts too. Okay, not myself. Okay.
I'm sorry.
And we also have all sorts of nyonya kueh. So if you
Raina,
yes,
I think I know this green thing.
Okay, great.
What is that?
This is called onde, right?
Onde.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yay! Onde is a round thing. You can see this. It's glutinous flour, and it's coated with coconut, and inside of it there's brown sugar inside of it. So when you eat it, the brown sugar pops in your mouth. It's so good.
So it's made out of rice.
Yeah,
Oh,
rice flour.
Because it looks like jelly, so I thought it's jelly.
I want to do ASMR. If you can hear me chewing.
No. I know the participant can't taste this, but I'm here right now, and I want this.
Okay,
to taste
you
this.
should taste this too.
Thank you.
While you taste that, I also know this. This is called angko kueh. Yep, angko kueh. It's also called
My
as
goodness.
tortoise kueh. Sorry, because it looks like tortoise, right? Look at it. Look at the shape.
Yep, it does look like tortoise.
If you want, see.
But it's not real tortoise, everyone.
Okay, it's made
No,
from
no.
glutinous flour also, and the inside is usually red beans or maybe sometimes carrot.
Yeah.
So next, right now, what do we have?
Okay, so I would really love to explain all of this kueh. Okay, kueh. The kueh is called some simple of like Malay cake. That's what kueh called. So all this nyonya kueh. I would love to introduce everyone, but we don't really have much time. So I'm just going to explain a bit of some of my favorite things. Okay, I think one of my favorite things is pulut tai tai. You know what?
Tai tai.
Tai tai.
Okay, so
Wow, tai
let me
tai
just-
life.
if you guys can see this, yeah, it's pulut tai tai. So can you guys see the blue color over here? So it's from a butterfly pea flower coloring. Okay.
Butterflies.
Butterfly pea. Okay, it's not real butterfly again. we're not using.
Oh, the blue
Yes,
blue
the blue
color
color.
flower.
Yeah, the blue color flower. Okay, the
Ooh.
reason why I love this because of the backstory of it. So pulut tai tai. Tai tai means the wife of rich men.
That's me.
In the
future.
the wife of rich men. So they used to say that this dessert is only served to the wives of those rich men.
Wow.
Yes.
So it's like a privileged cuisine.
Yes, it's a very privileged cuisine. It's also eaten with this coconut milk spread. So the dessert, the pulut tai tai itself, it's not that sweet, but we eat it with this coconut milk spread, and the sweetness is just enough. It's just enough. You can see this one, coconut milk spread. So it is sweet.
Oh, we call that kaya, right?
Yes. Another name
Kaya.
for it is kaya. So may I just say this is that if I go back to Malacca and I didn't bring this pulut tai tai home, my mom would literally lock the door. She's like, why didn't you bring my favorite kueh?
Oh no.
She would literally lock the door. So you better buy some when you are in Malacca. Okay. Next, I think we have this one.
Kelly, do you think you know that?
May I interrupt you right now
Yeah,
before you start?
Okay.
Like, I've been looking at that since you mentioned dessert. I think I already know that
Really?
sweet. Yeah,
How? Why?
I know that
What's
sweet
that?
because I tried it before. It's called cuelapes.
Oh,
Oh, wow. It is kueh lapis.
Yes,
Wow.
and let me tell you a little bit about the cuelapes.
okay.
So this cuelapes, let me take it out for you.
Yes, please.
So the cuelapes, it's made, it's it's actually a cake, a traditional cake. But what makes this so different from normal cakes is the way it's made. So the koala base is made from glutinous rice flour pudding, and it's made by stacking those layers on top of each other and steaming them in a way that it makes every layer easy to peel.
Oh my God, look what I did.
Oh yeah, the peeling part.
Yay. I'm peeling all the layers.
Yes.
Wow, look at it. It's
That
so
is correct. How did
perfect.
you know all of that?
How
Yes,
did you know?
I knew about this because actually I've been here in Malaysia for 6 years already.
6 years.
Yes,
My goodness.
that is a
Look at
long
this.
time.
That is a long time. Oh, good God. And I wish we still have more time for this. But unfortunately, the time is really jealous of us, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Pretty sure because of the participants also, they were like, oh, I want to taste.
Yeah,
I want to taste more too. So I'm just going to like describe just a bit more. For example, this one is bingka ubi. Bingka ubi.
Bingka ubi.
Yes.
Yellow color cake.
Yellow colored cake. And then we have dodo over here. We have dodo.
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 Dodo over
So
here.
this is all is Peranakan food.
Peranakan food. Yes, this is Peranakan kue, if to be more exact. And I think we could continue explaining.
Yeah.
Continue explaining here,
But
for
we're
you
so
to
sorry.
for you to really get all the flavors of it, you must come to Malaysia itself.
Yep.
You need to try it.
Really,
yourself.
Yeah.
please come.
So to wrap this up, I really wish that you guys can come and have a chance to taste all these amazing Peranakan foods and have it a taste like me. This kueh lapis is so good. It makes me don't stop eating.
While she
So-
continue talking, I will be eating the rest of the food.
Yeah.
Yes, we will be
So-
enjoying the rest of the
I'm
food.
sorry, participants. I can't help it.
So be ready. Next session we have Mandarin classes, and stay tuned for the Mandarin classes. And tomorrow we have Malaysian cuisine session. So please do join us tomorrow as you'll be seeing me again. And see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you,
Thank
Thank
everyone.
you guys.
Come to Malaysia if you want to taste of these food.
Yay! We're gonna start eating again.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Regardless of which region and time zone you are in, I would like to express my warmest welcome to everyone for joining our Speak Their Language class. In this class, we will be learning about the Mandarin language. 各位女士们、先生们，大家好，我的名字是林美文，我今天将会成为你们的主持人。In case if you're wondering what I was saying just now, I was actually introducing myself in Mandarin. So, hi everyone, my name is Lian and I'll be your MC for today. I'm also one of the UMISC Global Buddies. Before we start, there are a few housekeeping rules that I would like you to keep in mind. Please mute your microphone to avoid any disturbance. However, you may unmute yourself when the speaker allows it, or when you would like to answer the questions asked by the speaker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for today's class, we have a very special guest today. Our teacher will be Mr. Liu Xiaochen. We can all address him as Liu Lao Sư, and which means Lao Sư in Mandarin means teacher. Liu Lao Sư is one of the members of the Kongzi Institution, and he is a very experienced teacher in teaching Mandarin. Without much ado, I would like to pass the floor to Liu Lao Sư to begin his class.
Hi everyone, hi. I think I need to share my screen to you, so wait for a moment. Okay, I think now you can see my screen. Yes, and at first I would like to say ni hao to everyone, and ni hao means hello. It's nice to see you in my Mandarin class. I'm Leo, a lecturer of the Kongzi Institute, University of Malaya, and in today's class we're about to learn some basic knowledge of Mandarin. I also would like to share some foolproof tips on Mandarin learning. Most people think that Mandarin is a very difficult language. It's very hard to learn. As a Mandarin teacher, I don't think so. So I think in the very beginning, I should give you some brief introduction of Chinese language or Mandarin. Okay, at first, the Chinese is the most spoken language in the world, both as a mother tongue and combined native fluent speakers. Second, over 1.3 billion people speak Chinese or Mandarin. Third, mainland China has a literacy rate of over 95%, and literacy in major cities is over 99%, like developed countries in Europe and North America. Okay, after this brief introduction, let's look at this language, the Mandarin or Chinese, from the very beginning, the greeting, ni hao. So this is the first step I want to share to you. That is, you can use ni hao in just about any greeting situation. Chinese doesn't have a complex system of greetings. No, how are you? Let alone yes, how's it going? Or the complex to and foreseen in other languages. So advanced speakers still just say ni hao and then proceed into conversation like how was your weekend and so on. And after you learn more Mandarin, you may know how to say good morning in Mandarin, which is 早上好. It's good, it's 好, and morning, 早上. So 早上好 is good morning, good morning. Yes, but in practice, people often simplify this to just one character, 早. So we always say morning to each other. Yes. So it's just morning now. When starting a day at school or your workplace, it's more rare to hear someone saying 早上好 unless you are speaking quite formally. And usually with people with whom they are more familiar, people just walk around and nodding to people and saying 早 or 早 morning, 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 yes. And to everyone, they pass. So in most social situations, greet people in Chinese, you normally just say 你好 is really useful. So if you can, please read after me. 你好. Okay. 你好 is the most simple greetings to Chinese people. 你好. Yes. Good. Okay, let's move to factor two. Factor two, that is, Chinese language has a romanization system called pinyin. Yes, pinyin is a phonetic sound system that uses Roman letters to transcribe the Chinese sound, officially called Hanyu pinyin. Here, Hanyu means Chinese language. Yes. So it was developed and published by Chinese government in 1950s, I think, and as both a way to improve the literacy rates and standardize the pronunciation of Chinese characters. Before the Chinese pinyin system existed, about 85% of the Chinese in mainland China were illiterate. So let's look at the pinyin based on the English alphabet. Yes, in English we have 26 letters. The alphabet on the right. Yes. So we all know that how to read from A to Z, right? Yes. So please look at this side and try to read the pinyin. And please see, should we read the English alphabet in pinyin way or in Chinese? It sounds interesting, isn't it, right? So please try to read this pinyin after me. Okay, so let's start from the very beginning, A. So A is yes, very good. And B is bo. Yes, bo. Perfect. Good. Bo. C is a little difficult to you. Yes, good. Right. You are right. And D. Yes, good. And E is yes. Yeah, perfect. F. Four, good. And G is yes, if you repeat twice, that means brother. Is brother. Brother. Yes. Next one. Yes, brother. Yes, very good. Next one. H. Yes. Yes, good. That's good done. Good job. Yeah, very good. Next one. I. Yeah. Good. And next one. J. J is G. Yes. Yes. G. So hard to you. G. Yes. Good. G. Right. And next one. K is Yes. Yes. Next one. L is le, le, and M is more, more, more. Yes, and N is the. Yes, good. Good. Very simple, very simple. And O is war, war, war. Yes, good, good. War. And P is poor, poor, poor. Yes, poor. Yes, Q is a special one. Yes, that is chi. Yes, chi is correct. Very good pronunciation. Very good, exactly. Chi. Yeah. And next one is R is z. Good. And last is yes, good. And T is yes, good. And U is yes, good. Ooh, yes. And V is V. But actually there is no V in Mandarin. But in some dialects of Chinese language, we have V. But in Mandarin, there's no V. Yeah. Okay. Next one is W. Yes, it's the same pronunciation of U and W, same pronunciation. U and U, same. And next one, X. X is a challenge. It's a challenge that is C. Yes, good. C. Yes, good. Perfect. C. Yes, C. C. Yes, good. C. Well done. C. Yes. And next one, E. Y is E. E. And the last one, that is and yes, that is the pinyin. Yes, based on the 26 English alphabet. You will find most of the pinyin are similar to the English sound, right? But there are only 4 that are different. They are different. It's C, C, J, G, Q, T, and X, Xi. Yes. So let's repeat again. C, 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 yes, good. C and J is G, G, yes, good. And next one Q is Qi, yes, good. And the last one X is Xi, yes, good. So who can tell me how to say J in pinyin? J, G, yes, good. How to say X? C, yes, perfect. And how to say C? Say C. C is okay, the last one Q. How to say Q? How to say Q? In pinyin? G. Okay. Well done. Good job. Okay, that's good. So yes, let's move to the next fact. The fact 3 is pinyin is mostly overlap with English. So the first step, as mentioned previously, is pinyin uses Roman letters to transcribe Chinese sound, right? So in Chinese, each character correspond to one syllable, and which can be one word or a part of a word. So Chinese syllables consist of 3 elements. First one, an initial sound. Second one, a final sound. And third one, a tone. So let's look at the fourth part, the initials. There are 23 initials in Mandarin. Basically, okay, please listen carefully. The first one, bo, po, mo, bo,
bo,
de,
H,
ne,
ma,
le,
ma,
ge, ke, and next one, yes, ji, and zhi, yes, good, zhi, right. Shi, yes, good. Zhi, good. Yi, and wu, yes, yi and wu, right. Initial sound are consonants, and the final sound contained as one vowel is also initial sound or final sound. Yes. In Mandarin, yes, you find that there are 23 initials, and actually we still have 24 finals. Yes. And these initials, yes, you will find that there are 3 initials which are not contained in the English alphabet, that is zhi, shi, and shi. These 3, right? So you are easy to pronounce this zhi, shi, shi because the pronunciation of zhi is similar with the 4th syllable of Chinese word juice. So you will find the same with English, right? And you can find the same pronunciation of chi, chair, shi, shoe, right? In English. So they are totally the same. Okay, so next, let's look at the finals. So 24 finals. Yes, let's look at the basic finals. That is okay. Wo, okay, and now this is the special one. Yes, I think the most special one is this letter U, right? It's a unique vowel in Mandarin. Yes, and how to pronounce U well? I think first you can try to read and then rise up your tongue. Rise up your tongue and put your tongue in the middle of your mouth. First, and raise up your tongue and put your tongue in the middle of the mouth. Yes, yes, all right. So you get it? Yes, yes, correct. Let's look at the other finals. Yes. The next group is AI, and it's I.
I.
And next one, A.
A.
Way.
Way.
Ow.
Ow.
O. You.
You.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And good. And next group is very easy. And in Wen Yun. Yes, good. And on in yes, good. On. So very simple, right? Only one special. Only special one. Yu. Yes, you can yes, pronounce yu well. Finals. Very simple. Yeah. You. So this two part, the initials, finals, and the basic pinyin. So next part, in fact, 4. Chinese have 5 tones. Actually, well, is 4 plus 1. 4 plus 1. What is 4 plus 1? Yes. So what are the tones? Yes. Mandarin Chinese is a tonal language. There are 4 tones, or 5 if you include the neutral tone. Yes, if you include neutral tone, there are 5, but actually we have 4. Yes. So these 5 tones can help us to clarify the meaning in the word. So in same syllable can be given different meanings based on the tone. So tones are denoted when writing in pinyin with the Asian marks. So the 4 tones are listed as below. Let's look at the tones. Yes. The first tone is the high level tone or high flat tone. Yes. And I'll give you an example. This is the fourth tone, high level tone. Pronounced as the tone of your voice if singing. Yes. So not very hard. If you can sing you can yes pronounce this first tone well. Yes. And next, second tone is the rising. It's the rising tone. The rising tone. So rising tone. Yes, pronounce as the tone of your voice when asking a question. Yes. Yes. Okay. And the third one may be a little difficult to you is falling, rising tone. Okay. First falling and then rising. So pronounce as the tone of your voice when saying mo, or yes, and the fourth tone is the falling tone, totally falling. Yes, so pronounce as if you saying an order like stop. Yes, stop. So and yes, mo, stop. So tones change the Chinese word's meaning actually, but it doesn't make the word hard to understand. So I give you an example. Let's look at this picture. There are 5 Chinese characters. I give you the pinyin here. So the first one is ma, m is m, a is a, so m and a, ma, and with the tone, the first tone, ma, it means mother. Okay, and the second tone with ma is ma, Ma. Ma means sesame. Sesame. And the third tone with ma is ma. Ma. Yes, ma means horse. And the last and the fourth character is ma. It's the falling tone. Ma means to scold or swear. Okay. And the last one is the neutral tone. Ma is an interactive particle we use in the end of a sentence to write a question. So these are the 5 tones with a syllable. It's ma. They are ma, 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 and ma. Yes. So do you think it's quite difficult? I think it's not quite difficult. It's easy to you, right? And next, we have a tongue twister. Help you to practice the different tones. Let's look at this sentence first, and then I will show you some pictures to explain the meaning of the sentence. First, try to read by yourself. Try to read by yourself. How to say the first word?
Mama.
Mama. Yes, mama.
Kima.
Kima. Okay, next one. Man. Okay, mama. Okay, well done. So let me show you the meaning of the sentence. Yes, first one, mama, qi ma. Mama means mother. Qi means to ride. Ma means horse. So the mother rode a horse. It's riding a horse. Riding a horse. Okay, and next one, ma man. The horse move slowly. Man means slow. Slow. Yes. So mama, mother. Ma means swear or to scold, right? Ma, the horse. So the mother blamed the horse. You're so slow, right? So this sentence means one day the mother rode the horse, but the horse moved too slow, and the mother, yes, blamed the horse too slow. So this is a very short story. So we can use this tongue twister to practice your tone, this Chinese tone. So try to read with me. First sentence, mama qi ma. Mama qi ma. Okay, next one, ma man. And the last, mama ma. Okay, again, mama qi ma. Ma man. Mama ma. Okay, now it's your turn. Anyone who want to have a try? Anyone here? Have a try?
Can I?
Yes, you can, please.
Mama ki ma man. Mama I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm kind
Yes,
of confused.
very good, very good. Well done, well done, well done. It's the first time you say the different tones, but I think you do a great job. Very good, very good. Okay, next one. Anyone here? Anyone?
I want to try.
I would like to try.
Yes. I think who want to have a try?
I would like to try.
Yes, you would like. Okay, please.
Mama, Rima, mama, mama.
Perfect, good, perfect, good. Yeah, the third tone, very good. Exact tone, yes. The third tone is very good. It's very good, very good. But I think most of the foreigners, when they learn Mandarin, the third tone is the very difficult tone for us to learn. But I think you pronounce it very clear. Very good, very good. Well done. Yes. And next one, the last one, the last.
老师，I wanna try.
Yes, you want to have a try? Yes, please.
慢慢行马，慢慢，慢慢，慢慢。
Okay, very good. Are you Chinese? 你是中国人吗 ？Okay, you.
我不是啊，我是越南的。
哦，越南的。Okay. Your Chinese is perfect good. Perfect good.
谢谢。
Okay, so this is the tongue twisters. Yes. If you would like to practice your tongues, just to read, to say this tongue twisters. Yes, tongue twister. Yes. So good, good. So I think it's very important to learn tongues, right? So as using the round tongues can convey something completely different than you mean to, right? But as a beginner, you may temporarily ignore the tongues just to memorize some useful words and sentences. You may develop your pronunciation after you learn Mandarin further. Yes. So first, just to learn more Chinese words and sentences. Then, after you're learning a lot, you can adjust your pronunciation will, I think. Yes. So this is the fact 4. Let's move to the next fact, the 5th fact. If you want to learn Chinese well, yes, learn Pinyin first. Learn Pinyin first. So why should you learn Pinyin if you are trying to learn to read Chinese? Pinyin has become especially important to both native Chinese speakers and native learners in this modern and digital age. It gives people a way to type out Chinese characters on a regular keyboard, and is the most popular way to text in Chinese. So most of the Chinese people, we can use Pinyin to type the Chinese characters on our computers. So it's the very popular way for us to text in Chinese. And Pinyin will also help to reinforce the correct pronunciation when you are learning the new words. So you know the Pinyin and the tones, and you can get the correct pronunciation of the new words when you are learning the Mandarin. So why we need to learn the Pinyin first? Yeah. And now please follow me to learn some simple Chinese phrases and sentences according to Pinyin. Okay, let's look at this picture. And this Pinyin is how to read it. Anyone? How to read? Yes, good. 你好, that means hello, right?
你好.
你好, 你好 is hello, right? So 你, this character means you, and 好 means good, good. So 你好 actually means are you good? Are you good? Yes. So that is hello in Mandarin. Hello in Mandarin. Okay. Yes, this is the first word we learned today. And second one, yes, how to read it?
你好.
Yes, good. 您好. Yes, 您好. Yes. Here is one more N here. It's one more N here. So 您好 is a polite way to say hello. And 您 here, this word 您 here is more polite to say you. And when you say hello to Chinese senior, the elder people, or anyone you respect, do remember say 您好 instead of 你好. Yes, so 你好 is a very normal way to say hello. And if you want to say hello to the seniors, to anyone you respect, just say 您好. 您好. Yes, 您好.
您好.
Okay, good. Next one, how to read it?
你们
好
Yes,
你
good.
们好。
你们好 here 们
你们好。
yes 们 men here means plural. So 你们 means you all or everyone. So 你们好 can be used when you say hello more than one people. 2 people, 3 people, you can use 你们好. So in this picture, yes, these 2 young people say 您好 to a senior, and the senior reply 你们好 to them. Yeah. So 你好，您好，你们好. Okay. Next page. Let's look at the picture. Yeah. I think the guy helped the girl, the female, to carry her luggage, right? So in this situation, we need to say
谢谢。
谢谢 good
谢
谢
谢
谢谢 yes 谢谢 means thanks
谢谢
thanks 谢谢谢谢
谢谢
thanks 谢谢 thanks
谢谢
thanks and next one
不谢不
不谢
不谢不谢
谢
yes good 不谢 means
不谢
no need to thanks. It's a casual way to reply 谢谢. It's a very casual way to reply 谢谢. So you can, if your friend say 谢谢 to you, your friends say 谢谢 to you, and you can reply 不谢不谢. Okay. 不 means no. Yeah. 不 means no, so no sense. And next, and if we need to reply 谢谢 in a formal way, we should use 不客气. That means you're welcome. You're welcome. 不客气. 不客气. Yes, good.
不客气
Yes, good. 不客气. Yes, good. 不客气. Yes, 不客气. So 谢谢谢谢 we can reply 谢谢 in 2 ways. The first one is 不谢. The second one is 不客气. Yes.
不客气。
不客气. Yes, 不客气. Very good. So till now we have learned 6 words. The first one, how to say hello?
你好
你好。
Oh, yes, very good. How to say hello to seniors?
您好。
您好. Good, perfect. Next one, how to say hello to everyone, to lots of people?
你们好
你们好。
Good. And next one, how to say thank you?
谢谢
谢谢。
Okay. And how to say no thanks?
不谢
不客气。
不谢不谢. Okay. And the last one, how to say you're welcome?
不客气
Good. And the next page. Oh. The girl feels so sad. So she want to say 对不起. 对不起. Yes. 对不起. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, I make a mistake. Sorry. 对不起. 对不起.
对不起。
Okay, it doesn't matter. No problem. How to answer this? How to say this?
没关系
Yes, it doesn't matter. No problem. 没关系. So 对不起 sorry. 没关系 it doesn't matter or no problem. 对不起没关系. Okay, again. 对不起没关系.
对不起没关系
Yes, perfect. Good. Yeah. 对不起没关系. Yes, good. And the last word we need to learn today is how to say bye, goodbye.
再见
Yes, 再见. 再见. Bye. 再见. Yes, 再见. Very good. So let's review. Let's revise what we learned today. First, how to say hello.
你好，
你好，好。Seniors.
您好，
How to say hello, everyone?
你们
好。
你们好，
Perfect, good. How to say goodbye?
再见，
再见。Yes, good. 再见. And how to say thanks?
谢谢，
谢谢. Okay. How to say no need to thanks?
不谢，
Yes, 不谢. Okay. And how to say you're welcome? You're welcome.
不客气，
不客气. Very good. Well done. Good job. And okay, the last pair is how to say sorry.
对不起，
对不起. Yes, good. 对不起. And how to answer?
没关系，
没关系. Yes. 没关系. Yeah. So how to memorize? Yeah, you can follow me. 你好，您好，你们好，谢谢，不谢，不客气，对不起，没关系，再见. Yes. So if you want to memorize what we learned today, just say this very long sentence is 你好，您好，你们好，谢谢，不谢，不客气，对不起，没关系，再见. Okay. So that's good. I think you may find that after you manage to read the pinyin, that you can learn the new Chinese word by yourself, right? You can read the pinyin by yourself and you can get meaning from the pictures, right? So, all right, let's do an exercise. Please look at this picture and guess what they are talking about. So who can tell me what they are talking about based on your learning?
您好.
Yes. So first, the girl say 您好 to seniors, right?
好.
And the seniors say
你好，
你好.
你好.
Yeah, to the girl.
您好，
Yeah, the senior says 你好 to the girl, and the girl replies 您好.
您好.
Yes, the senior. Yes, good. So that is 你好 and 您好. 你好 and 您好. Yes, very good. Next. Yes, look at the picture. What they are talking about?
对不起.
对不起，
Yes, the man said 对不起 to the female. Yes, and she replied 没关系. Yes,
没关系.
So 对不起 and 没关系. 对不起 and 没关系.
没关系.
Yes, good. So now you have already learned 9 words and 9 simple sentences. Yeah, by yourself in just, I think, 40 minutes. Yes, class. Yes, so very good. Chinese is not very hard to you. So, okay, let's move to the next fact. Yeah. To be an advanced Chinese learner, you have to know over 2,500 characters. Yes, that will be a challenge to all advanced Chinese learners. And actually, this is one of the most contentious Chinese language facts. There's no official answer, but the below is a consensus. To get by in Chinese, you need to recognize around 2,500 characters, which is what you learned in the highest level of HSK. This is a Chinese test the standard Chinese proficiency test. And for a professional vocabulary at about 1,000 more, okay, depending on your profession. And I think most Chinese people, they don't know the vocabulary now, because do they know how many characters they know. And it's like asking you, yes, how many words do you know in your language? Yeah, so Chinese people, they don't know what Chinese characters they can, yes, write. Yeah, so let's have a look about the requirements of this Chinese proficiency test from level 1 to level 6. I think after you read this curriculum, you can find that you may learn the Mandarin step by step. Yes. And here, let's look at the HSK level from the very basic level, the level 1. And in this level, you need to know, yes, 178 characters and 150 words. Yeah. And after HSK1 learning, you can understand and use familiar Chinese everyday expressions and every basic phrases. Yes. And HSK2, okay, double the characters and words. Characters are 349 and the words are 300. And after HSK2, you can understand sentences and frequently use Chinese expressions related to the area of most immediately relevance. And these two are the basic level, and HSK3 and 4 are the intermediate level. So HSK3, we need to know 623 characters with 600 words. And after HSK3 learning, you can understand the main point of clear standard input on familiar methods. Yes. And in HSK4, we need to know the characters totally 1,071 and the words 1,200. Yes, quite a lot, right? But and you can understand the main ideas of complex Chinese tests on both concrete and abstract topics after learning of HSK4. And maybe after 3 or 4 years learning, you will be an advanced Chinese learner. Then you can take the HSK5 or 6 test. And in HSK5, you need to know 1,709 characters, totally 2,500 words. And you can understand a wide range of demanding longer Mandarin tests and recognize implicit meaning. And in the highest level HSK6, you need to know at least 2,633 characters and 5,000 words, and then you can understand virtually everything heard or read. So maybe after my explanation about the Chinese level, yes, you still confused what you can say after each level's learning. So I give you some examples. So in the first level, HSK1, after you learning, you can speak the language, speak Mandarin like this. I would like a cup of. If you finish your learning of HSK1, yeah, you just say a sentence, very simple sentence. I would like a cup of tea, a cup of coffee. Yes. And after HSK2 level, you may get a lot of words, and then you can add some new words in your sentence, and then you will get the sentence, I would like a cup of coffee without sugar and milk. Yes, yeah. And in HSK3, And you can use some conjunction words in your sentence. That is, for example, I would like a cup of coffee without sugar and milk because I'm keeping fit. Yes. So maybe in HSK 4, you can speak some sentences in a paragraph. Okay, such as, I would like a cup of cappuccino without sugar because I try to lose weight. And however, I failed. It seems no effects on me. I feel very excited. Yes, you can see a paragraph. And in advanced level, level 5 and level 6, after you're learning in HSK 5, level 5, you may talk about the people's ambivalence towards coffee and its effect on their life. Yes, you can see a topic, a single topic. Yes, with your friend. Yes, and in the higher level HSK 6, you may talk about the effects of coffee industry on economic development. So in the very high, in the very high level 6, you may deliver a lecture on public. Yes, that is from HSK 1 to HSK 6, and you will find you can learn the Mandarin step by step. So we can set a goal, for example, half a year, finish HSK 1, and next half year, finish HSK 2. Yeah, and every day learn 1 characters and 1 word and 1 word, and then maybe half year you may finish HSK 1, and the whole year finish HSK 1 and 2, the basic 2 levels, and then the second year 3 and 4, third year 5 and 6. So to learn a language, you need to spend a lot of time. I think if you want to be advanced Chinese learner, at least 2 or 3 years. Yes. So for most of us, if we want to learn a language, such as English or Malay, for me, I think 3 or 4 years. I think it's compulsory. Right? So this is the fact 6. Okay, let's look at the fact 7. Chinese characters are made up of 214 radicals. So here you may have a question: can a beginner learn Chinese character as easy as ABC? Just like to learn the Chinese letters? The answer may be, I'm afraid, maybe no. But we have some good methods to use, and they help you to learn Chinese characters faster than you imagine. And we need to know some basic knowledge about the Chinese character first, I think. Okay, and first, we need to know there are 4 different types of Chinese characters in modern Chinese, known as the first one, pictographs, second one, ideographs, third one, combined ideogram, and the last one is determinative phonetics. Yes, and the Chinese ancestors, they make Chinese characters by these 3 methods. So let me explain what these 4 different character types are. Yes, the first type is the pictographs. So pictographs is the oldest character form and known as image shapes, and which is created by the lexicographer Xu Shen. Xu Shen is a lexicographer of Chinese. Yes, he created most of Chinese characters. Yes, so some of the simplest objects to draw were animals, tools, and other natural phenomena. Yes, and that we now call pictograph captures. Yes, I give you some examples. Yes, the fourth capture is moon, yue. So this is the picture of moon we found in the oracle bone. Yes, maybe 3 or 4 or 5,000 years ago. Yes, and why the Chinese ancestors they curve the pictures on bone? Because as you know, there's no pen, pencil, paper in the past, right? So they have a knife, right? And they may have some bones. Yes. So they curve the bones with the image, with the picture, and to record some important activity. Yes. And maybe some important history. Yes. Of Chinese society. So you will find that the Chinese character, the standard script, the modern Chinese character come from the original pictures on the original bone, such as this yue. So this is yue, the moon. Yeah, the moon is a dot, and we write the modern Chinese character like this: left folding, horizontal turning hook, and then horizontal. Yes. It looks like the moon picture, right? Yes. This is what the pictograph Chinese character is. Yes. I give you more examples. Like this one, shan. Shan is mountain. And how we draw this picture? First, the earth, and then 3 triangles representing the hill. Okay. And in the modern Chinese, the standard script, we use 3 verticals to represent the hill and 1 line, 1 horizontal to represent the earth. Okay. Next page, the fire. Look at this picture. Some of my students said, this is not the fire, this is a pole. No, it's not. Actually, it's the flame of the fire. It's the flame of the fire. Yes. And next one, water. How the Chinese ancestors they represent the water, they illustrate the water. First, they draw, a river. And pour water around the river. So when we write the Chinese, modern Chinese, we first write the vertical hook, to demonstrate the river, and 4 strokes around the river is the dot of water. Are the dot of water, yes. This is the Chinese character water, water, 水. And next one, 人. 人 is people, person, man, human being. So this is the picture. Let's look at it like this. And this is the head. And this is the hand. This is the feet. And this is the arm and the leg, right? And this is the body. So this is very original, captures like this. Next one, mu. Mu is tree or wood. And how we get this capture? First, we draw the body of the tree, and then add the roots on the bottom, and then draw 2 branches on the top. That is mu, tree. And next one, this is the same pronunciation, mu, but different meaning. This mu means eye. And you find this is picture of eye, right? And the Chinese ancestors, they make the eye, yes, upside, yes. Keep it straight. And then we get this character, mu, eye. And next one, shou, the hand. This is the hand with 5 fingers. It's 5 fingers, right? And next one, the mouse, kou, the mouse. Yes, the mouse, kou. And in the standard script, we use a square to, yes, to illustrate the mouse. Okay. And not only this characters show natural objective. This mouse, hand, eyes are the natural objectives, right? Objects, right? But also showed, yes, culture, the ones that were occurring in China during the past years. So some good examples would be, the first one is the knife. That's the knife. This is the knife with the handle. Yes. And second one is net. Now how we draw a net? Yes, there are 2 supporting, and then like this, right? This is the net. Yes, the ancestral Chinese people, they use the net to capture the birds or the animals in the forest, right? So this is the net. But in interesting modern twist, this one, the net, is now used for the internet. So internet is 互联网. We also use this word net. So the internet capture us. We cannot live without internet, right? Yes, that is the pictographs. Okay, next type is the ideograph. It's the ideographs. So these ideograph characters began to develop some showed indirect characters or ideographs that were more abstract. And Xu Shen, the lexicographer, referred to these characters as pointing to matters. These objective ideas were shown with metaphorical or symbolic pictographs. Okay, for example, in Chinese, we use 1 line to represent number 1, 2 lines, 2, 3 lines, 3, 4 lines, 4 lines, only 1, 2, 3, 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, okay, and we can, yes, add some strokes, such as vertical, a dot, or some horizontal, some stroke on the line, and to get more meanings. Yes, for example, the up and down, 上 and 下. If we add a vertical and a horizontal on the top, that means 上. And the same, if we add some signal, yes, on the bottom, that means down, 下. Yeah. And more examples here. We all know that is the tree move, right? The tree move. And if we add a line on the top, that means tip. And if we add a line on the bottom, that means root. Yes. So these are the examples for the ideograph Chinese characters. Yeah. So next type is the combined ideographs. Okay. Combined ideographs, yes, we also call it as the meeting of ideas, and we combine 2 or more pictographs or ideographs to create a new character. For example, yes, here are 2 pictographs. The first one is Ri. Ri means sun. This is the picture we made. And Yue, we all know that is the moon, right? So if we combine the sun and moon together, yes, like this, that we get a new word. Ming. Ming means bright. Yes. So if there are sun and the moon together, it means bright. Bright. In that example, 女 means female or woman, and 子 means child. And if we combine the woman and child together, and we will get this word. This word is good. 好, 你好. Are you good? 你好. So hello, we use this character 好. So the woman with the child means good. So why woman with the child is good? Because I think in the past, if the family with there is a woman with some children in the family, and the family feels, family members, they feel good. That's good, right? It's a very happiness family, a very happy family. Yes. So woman with child in Chinese, it means good. 好, 好. So if I tell you each part of a word, can you guess the meaning? Let's do a quiz. Yeah. Let's look at this character. This character can be divided into 3 parts, right? 3 parts. First part, second part, third part, right? 3 parts. And each part has its own meaning. The first part, 草, means grass or leaf. Grass or leaf. And the second part is 人, means man or person, people. And the last part is 木, means wood or tree. So can you get the meaning of this Chinese character? A man climbs up the tree and then collect the leaf from the tree, right?
Cha.
Cha, yes, good. That is cha, tea. So it's a very ancient agricultural activity in China in the past. Yes. So cha, yes, the tea has a very long history in China. It's more than 2,000 years. Yes, this is cha. This is cha, tea. Okay, and the last type of Chinese character is the determinative phonetic character. Yes, this is as China developed quickly, then Xu Shen, the lexicographer, created his most ingenious method of script, which combined the pictogram with the phonetic and was known as the determinative phonetic character or phonetic compounds. And this allowed the scholar to create a limited amount of character, and it was at the time that the evaluation, that is the evolution of the writing Chinese script and almost complete. So this is the last, yes, Chinese character type. Yes, and if we use this determinative phonetic type of Chinese character, and we can create enough character we use. And let's look at this character. Ji means foundation. So we put a meaning, earth, 土 first, and then we add sun, qi on it, and we get this Chinese character foundation. And why we get the meaning of 土? Because if we build a house, we first need to construct foundation, right? And in order to construct the foundation, we need to dig the earth. So Ji is related to 土, right? To 土. And we also add a phonetic on this word that we get this new character Ji. And as you know that old languages, most of the language, I think, we have the spoken language first, and then we have the written language, right? So before we have the Chinese character, we have the pronunciation of Ji, and the Ji means foundation. And then when Xu Shen, the lexicographer, he created the character Ji, yes, he first put the meaning on it, and then add a phonetic part on this character, and it compound new word. Another example is Mei. Mei means plum. Yes, if I mention that the plum, you will see that it is a fruit of a tree, right? So we will use mu, the wood first, and then we add a phonetic part on this character, and we get a new character, plum, Mei. And the character mu, this mu, yes, it's nearly always the determinative in compound word. This means that the compound are most always associated with the wood or something wooden, right? Since the number of determinative relatively small, the radical system, yes, each part of the word we call it radical. The radical system, yes, was created by Xu Shen, yes, which included 540. Yes, and then yes, in the modern Chinese, the radical were reduced to 214. Yes, I think fortunately we have simplified the Chinese characters, and we get an easy way to learn, right? And so the easy way to memorize the character is to get familiar with the radical first, and you will recognize more and more characters in your learning journey. Yes. Okay, there are still some pictures here, and you will find if you can image pictures, and you can easily get the Chinese characters. Yes. Okay, let's look at the fact 8. Chinese words are mostly two-character compounds. Yes. Every character has meaning, but relatively few words are just one character, and relatively few are more than two. Words related to each other by sharing characters. For example, yes, let's take the word of electric, 电. Yes, 电 means electric. And now let's take other three words, 视, vision, brain, 脑, and shadow, 影. And if we combine this two parts, 电 with vision, brain, and shadow, what we can get? Yes, so electric add vision, that means TV, yes, 电视, television. And if we put electric and brain together, that is computer, 电脑. And if we put electric and shadow together, that means, yes, movie, 电影. So it doesn't really get much more regional than that, right? So although Chinese doesn't have an alphabet where you put letters together to make words, instead we have a number of characters you do the same with. Actually, some words are made up of just one character, others from 2 or 3, maybe even 4 or 5 in rare cases. Yeah. And fact 9, Chinese has grammar, but it's easier. It's easier. And people sometimes claim Chinese has no grammar, but of course it does. There's usually a right and wrong way to saying things. Chinese grammar lacks many features that make other languages hard. For example, in Chinese, you don't conjugate verbs and much less use subjunctive. And second, you change verb tense using a marker. And it's very simple. Third, there's no grammatical gender. Next, there are no cases. Okay, next, numbers are logical. For example, with a number like 91, in China it's 9, 10, and 1, 91. But in French, you know that you need to do a math problem before you say a number. 91 is 4 multiple 20 and plus 11. So it's ridiculous. And there are no plurals in Chinese. There are no agglutination. Yes. And well, I think you would almost think that Chinese is very easy, right? But actually it's not. Yes, and the last fact is you already know one Chinese proverb. And Chinese is actually a rich language, full of florid language and proverbs. One of the most beautiful part of the language is, in fact, the Chinese proverb. Yes. People use many proverbs in daily conversation so much that you already know one, that is 好久不见, long time no see. 好久不见, long time no see. So when you met an old friend one day and you may try to greet with him in Chinese, 你好,好久不见. Okay, I suppose he would be so surprised by your mastery Chinese, yes? So knowing certain famous well-known Chinese quotes not only allows you to communicate better with Chinese people, it also helps you understand more about Chinese itself. Chinese proverbs give you a richer lens, yes, into the culture than proverbs that saying and sayings in other languages normally would, yes. So till now, I have already delivered 10 facts of Chinese language. Yes. Do you find some easy way to learn this language? If you would like to continue Chinese learning, and I think you can browse our website or follow our Facebook. And this is our website of Kongzi Institute, University of Malaya. And you just, I think, print screen of this page, and I think you can find us, yes, by click the link or to scan this code. Yes. So we make a short Q&A session, I think. And if you have any questions on my lecture today or any question on this Chinese learning, and you can ask me and just input your question in the chat box, I think. But I think time is limited, only 10 minutes for us. So I will reply three questions, and first answer. So now you may start. And I think I should stop to share my screen, and I can look at and see your questions. So yes. So any questions? Question: how good to distinguish one word but different sound, like ch. Okay. Because like English, different sound, different meanings. Yeah, different sound, different meaning. And we always use yes, 2 sounds or 3 sounds in a word, So you may know the exact meaning in one word. You may get different tones and different sounds. Yes. So you can distinguish the meaning, yes, with each of the characters. And then you combine the 2 characters together, you will get a new word. If you can memorize this word, you will know the meaning. You may know meaning, yes? And okay, next question. How to remember the Chinese character easily? Yes, in my lecture, there are a part, I think I give to you, that is the picture with the Chinese character. The picture with the Chinese character. That is, for example, if we want to memorize the character of mountain, hill, we just to image, or there are 3 triangles, on the earth. So the 3 triangles are 3 vertical, and the earth is one line on the bottom. Just to image, this single component character first, and then you will get the radicals. And if you combine the radicals together, maybe 2, 3, or 4 radicals together, and then you will get the determinative phonetic characters, the more complex characters. So first, learn the very simple Chinese character first, and then learn the combined ideograph characters, and the last, learn the determinative phonetic characters, step by step. And next, sorry. Some other questions? So Zheng Meiyu, can you repeat your questions on the chat box? Okay, and isn't there a specific way to write character? To write characters, I think some of my students, they write characters based on some English word. For example, if they write a Chinese character, bamboo, 竹, the Chinese character bamboo, 竹, this character, they write 2K instead of the Chinese strokes. So some people may have their own way, their own method to write Chinese characters. And if you can write characters well, and let the Chinese people, others, to understand your writing, that's enough. So just write, and then if you have any mistake, I think the others will point it to you, and then just to correct it. So never give up. Okay, so I think this is the end of our Chinese class today, and thank you for your time with me. I think I need to invite our MC Miss Lin to come. Hi, Miss Lin. Are you here?
Hi, Liu Lao Sư. Yeah, thank you very much, Liu Lao Sư, for such an informative, fun, and interactive class. I'm sure that everyone here has some deeper understanding about the Mandarin language. Now, they are also I'm quite happy that some of the students were also quite happy to see our teacher for today, because some were also commenting in the chat box saying that, oh, how handsome is our Liu Lao Sư, oh, Liu Lao Sư 你好帅呢.
Thank you, 谢谢.
So yeah, we have come to the end of this class. Dear participants, don't forget to fill in the survey form, as it will be used to mark your attendance. So although our class has come to an end, don't feel down just yet, as we have more fascinating events awaiting for you guys tomorrow. So tomorrow our agenda will be, we will be having the Malaysian recipe cooking show. So yeah, I'm sure that many of you will be having a mouth-watering event next day, and we will also be having our Korean language class at 4:30 in the evening tomorrow. So don't forget that we are also having a lot of competitions that will be held, which are the testimonial video and the short story writing contest. So the deadline is not here. The deadline is on 7th of December. So don't forget to submit your entries before the closing date. And don't miss out this chance as well, as you can win cash prizes up to 15,000 US dollars. So ladies and gentlemen, we look forward in seeing you guys again. Until then, stay safe, take care, and have a wonderful day ahead. 感谢各位今天的参与，我们明天见。Bye everyone，
再见，再见，
再见各位。